It's still chilly in here.
Oh, it's very cold in here. Oh, wow. I didn't pay attention to where it was. I'm going in.
Don't worry, I'm taking care of you over here. I know. All right, sounds like we are ready. Ready? Okay. Good evening. Welcome to the City Chambers. Today is Tuesday, September 24th. It's 2019. It is 6 p.m. I call this commission regular meeting to order. Those present with me are Commissioner Luke, Vice Mayor McDowell, myself, Mayor Hanks. I have Commissioner Carasone over here to my right, Commissioner Emmerich, City Manager Lear, City Attorney Slade, Deputy City Clerk Taylor, and our Recording Secretary, Ms. Hale. We do have the Fire Chief back here. Yeah, Chief Titus. We have Chief Garrison back there. All right, buddy. We even have Deputy Chief Morales sitting back there, not really doing anything, but acting like he's real busy. I appreciate him being here. Put in a little overtime.
Support.
Yep, a little support. If we could, please, could we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? And if Mr. Emmerich would lead that for me, I'd be obliged.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. I will move on to an approval of the agenda. Entertain a motion.
Mayor, before we approve the agenda, could we please move item 6B to after 2, which is the general public comment?
Board, are you okay with that?
Moving which one?
6B, which would be the...
Tobacco and vaping.
We do have, some of the students are here. That'll help them get out a little earlier so they can get home for
I'm fine
some
with
dinner
that.
and stuff. Yep, good. Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes, sir.
All right, so there's your consensus. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion, Mayor, to approve the agenda as presented, moving item 6B to after number 2, the general public comment.
I have a motion on the floor by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Let's call the vote. And that passes unanimously.
Thank you, Board.
You betcha. Moving on to public comment. Do we have any, Vice Mayor?
I actually have 0 cards.
Sounds good. We're going to move on to item 6B. It's on that. Ordinance number 2019-38. Huh? Oh, that's not 6B?
The smoking and vaping one.
Oh, yeah, that was 5B. I'm sorry. 6B. Discussion and possible action regarding regulating tobacco and vaping-related sales and advertising. City Manager, will you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually going to turn this one over to the City Attorney as she drafted this one for us.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure you all recall that prior to the student summer break, the students working against tobacco came and presented to the board about some of the dangers involved in vaping and having tobacco products sold to persons under the age of 21, and advocate that the board adopt an ordinance regulating the sales and advertisement of tobacco-related products. In response to your direction, the City Attorney's Office has reviewed this issue And there's a full legal memo in the backup, but the short summary of the legal review is that the state has not preempted the city's home rule authority to regulate the sale of tobacco products or the use of vapor generating devices. The latter part is something that was added in by the legislature in this 2019 session. So the city does have authority to regulate these areas with respect to the tobacco-related sales and vaping. With respect to the authority to regulate advertising, it is our legal opinion, based on U.S. Supreme Court case law and some federal laws, that trying to regulate the placement of advertisements related specifically to tobacco products would violate the First Amendment. We also looked into what Alachua County has done to regulate this issue, as well as some other jurisdictions. We found that there are now 2 Florida localities that have addressed the legal age for purchase. One is Alachua County. I believe you saw their ordinance last time, and it's attached in the backup here as well. Just a few days ago, earlier in September, Fort Lauderdale also adopted an ordinance to change the age of 21 for all tobacco-related sales within the city. The ordinances differ a bit because Alachua County goes a little further and has a permitting scheme, and there's some administrative aspects to that as well that Fort Lauderdale does not have. There are some other jurisdictions that are regulating tobacco a little differently. A handful prohibit the display, sale, and distribution of tobacco by self-service means like vending machines, essentially. One county regulates the hours of operations of all convenience shops. That includes, but is not limited to, tobacco shops. And one county prohibits the distribution of free tobacco samples and coupons and other products in public places related to city property. So that's what we found in a nutshell in our research. We did, at your direction, meet with the students working against tobacco, SWAT. We met with their sponsor, who's Jennifer Sedonis, who's here today, and some of her students, and she's brought some different students with her here today as well. And they are still advocating for the board to adopt the maximum regulations. Also in our backup material in the legal memo, you'll see some kind of evolving stories. You've probably all seen some of these stories recently in the news where you have 1 or 2 governors who have banned this for their state. There's been some word from the federal administration that will be getting some administrative regulations banning certain types of vaping, including flavored tobacco products. So it's really a hot issue. And now the question is, what would you like us to do about it?
All right. Well, thank you very much. Okay. Vice Mayor McDowell, you have 8 minutes. Floor is yours.
Well, that was a great presentation. Thank you, City Attorney. I have a couple questions about enforcement based on using like the Fort Lauderdale or even the Alachua counties. How would we enforce something like that if it was to be adopted? And I don't know, City Manager, if that's something you can answer, or maybe the chief would have to come down. I would assume it's based on enforcement like underage drinking, if we were to raise smoking to the 21, but I'm not sure how that would.
Are you talking about enforcing the actual purchases, making purchases before those ages?
If it was 21, how would that be enforced?
I would assume the police department would have to enforce that. First you have to catch them. And I know that we, agencies do, as far as like alcohol purchases right now, they every now and then will do a sting where they'll try to catch somebody selling alcohol to somebody who's underage. I don't think our police department's going to want to come up here and go into detail of their tactics of how they'll catch somebody. I would request that you not ask them that.
Okay, and that's
But
fair.
that would be their, they would have to do some kind of an undercover thing. But if Chief
Gotcha.
wants to give
So
a broad overview, he's welcome to.
if let's say a citation would be issued, would it, and obviously it would depend on who they busted, but would it also be cited to the seller and the purchaser, or is the onus strictly on the seller?
I have to look at the actual verbiage.
Yeah, I would say that depends on how if the board,
Okay.
the board's will to adopt an ordinance, how the ordinance is written, what you want included in the ordinance.
Gotcha.
What we're seeing are the targets being the sellers, but whether or not you want to include the buyers as well would be a question of policy.
All right, thank you. That's kind of where I was going, and at some point, Mayor, I'll even make a motion based on, after everybody's had a chance to speak.
Sure. Commissioner Liu, you have 8 minutes. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm a subscriber to Time Magazine, and the issue that came to my house this past week is just full of the new addiction being Juul. And it was very surprising to me to read the article on it, actually enlightening. The president's wife is very much against these e-cigarettes and everything, and they're claiming that within 8 months, it's going to be outlawed across the entire United States if the federal government gets hold of it. The flavored cigarettes are the ones that they're going after currently, the mint and menthol, going after those to start with. My question would be, if the state is 18 and you change a single city to 21, that would leave all of the regulation of it on our police force, correct? I mean, because isn't there a state agency that handles that type of regulation?
Go ahead, that's fine.
I thought there was a state agency that handles those types of things, but if we're an odd duck out, that would leave it to us to rein in our own, correct?
The Alcohol Bureau in
Name for the record.
Chief Ty Garrison, for the record. The ABT, the state organization that handles it, they're only going to enforce state statute. They're not going to enforce any city or county ordinances.
That's what I
So
figured.
the onus would be put on the police department.
With respect to the 18 to 21
Right.
age range.
Right, okay. That's all I have, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Carasone, you have 8 minutes. The floor is yours.
Yeah, my question is there a way to regulate not allowing like fruity, kind of candy-like vape materials to be sold? If you eliminate, because I assume that the intent is to get rid of the vaping and underage vaping, even though, as I understand, they're getting it online. So I don't know what we're doing, what the intent here is, because I don't think it's gonna, you can't regulate this. It doesn't work that way. But if that's the intent, then can you single it out where it's the stuff that the kids actually want to get involved, you know?
We didn't find anything that would keep the city from regulating the sale of tobacco products generally. And then, now in state statute, there, it specifically says that we are not preempted, meaning that we can regulate the use of vapor generating devices.
But what about, because as I understand it, because I don't vape, so vapor generated devices, and then there's the juice that's kind of secondary. So how do you regulate just the juice but not the tobacco products?
I think Juice is a brand name.
Well,
Juul is a
I don't know what
brand
it's
name.
called, you know what I
Juul,
mean?
Yeah, Juul's a brand name. That's what.
But don't they put like a liquid thing inside of it? Maybe
It's a cartridge.
a cartridge, there you go.
Yeah, I didn't find anything that would keep us from doing that. We didn't research that angle specifically. Nothing comes to mind. No one else in Florida has done that we found, but also no one else in Florida has done the vapor generating device, which is defined in state statute. I just have to find the definition in the backup.
Yeah, see, I'm not worried about the device if we remove the actual thing the device needs. You get what I mean? Like, just remove
They'll create the device with it in there. They'll just have to buy multiple devices.
for the device, or it already comes in the device?
Well, you can
Buy
get
the
those where it's all one piece, so.
Dude, I don't do this, I don't know.
I don't either, but I'm just saying, I think you can get.
I'll tell you what I learned.
A little bit from SWAT, and they are here today. They can illuminate you more, but that there's the vapor generating device, like the e-cigarette itself, and then you use the pod or the cartridge to deliver the vape, which is actually a bit of a misnomer because it doesn't actually vaporize. which is causing some of the health problems, at least that's what I learned. And Ms. Adonis, the sponsor, is from the Department of Health, so she has a lot of information about this. But that they are also now making some disposables. Just think of like fountain pens, right? It used to be you bought the ink and you bought the pen, and they started selling disposable fountain
now
pens
that-
right there all together.
The
So that's a new product
e-cigarettes-
too.
The e-cigarettes, I know that many people use to quit smoking, like the actual cigarettes, say they use the e-cigarettes. And it concerns me that we would remove the capability of those who are actually trying to quit to be able to get those. So this is, and then
Is
I
that-
thought vaping was different, that was like more of those big things that you put the juice in that goes with the, I have no idea.
Would you like to ask Ms.
That would be
Adonis to
great
come
if you
up?
could come up and
Ms. Adonis,
educate
would
us,
you
because I
mind?
really don't know. I mean, I know that there's some serious health issues, but
Please state your name for the
For the
record.
record, my name is Jennifer Stonis, Florida Department of Health. So it's a whole industry. And unfortunately, some of the devices are all in one. Some of them do require the juice. But to your point of the ones that have used it as cessation aids to stop smoking, we're not talking about taking it away from adults. We're talking about taking it away from kids.
18
That's
and
where it hits me.
19-year-olds.
Yeah, but you've got 18 and 19-year-olds in high school that are just turning it into a black market, and you've got them turning around and selling it to the younger kids who don't have access to go to a store to buy it. So
Okay,
that's where it hits
okay,
me.
okay,
And
that
we
makes sense.
can't help these kids quit because all of the cessation devices and options like nicotine replacement therapies are available by prescription for adults only, so 18 and above. You cannot have them in children. They can't be used for children. So these kids that are getting addicted, I mean, I have my son and my daughter here who are also SWAT members. Caden is 13. God forbid he get a hold of this and start using, and he's addicted to it after 1 or 2 hits. I have no feasible way of getting him help to stop. Our pediatricians are at a loss because they don't have a way of getting these kids to stop either. I can give them mints, and I can give them a stress ball, and I can give them, rubber bands and stress reducing solutions, yoga, things like that, but we can't give them anything to help them quit this addiction, and that's the scary piece.
Wow, so I think we have something else to talk about in Tallahassee, because that's kind of.
There is
That's
some
enlightening.
legislation that's moving. Session is coming up, so there's some more legislation that's going to be pushing through. From a public health standpoint, it's too late, in my opinion, because we're
Never
behind the ball now.
Never
We're
too late.
behind the ball. So everything that we've made progress in smoking reduction, when we knew smoking was bad, is now completely being erased by the vaping epidemics. I hope that answers your question.
So it's kind of an all or nothing, basically.
Yeah. And again, we're not trying to take it away from
No, I
adults.
know,
We're
18,
trying
19,
to
20,
minimize
3 years, yeah. I
children
get you.
access, youth access.
Okay, I'm good, thank you.
Welcome.
City Attorney, to me, it sounds like really the way to, this is just me thinking here, the way to do this is to regulate, whether it's up to 21, but regulating the sales both in the stores and the black market. Is there, I'm guessing that we can regulate this in a way that we treat it kind of like the sale of drugs? That's what
Of drugs?
yeah, kind of like the sell, I'm talking about the seller side of it, not necessarily the purchaser, but the seller side of it. If an 18 or 21-year-old selling to 13-year-old kids,
Well, I'll tell you how Fort Lauderdale did it, because they did just a kind of a simpler approach than what Alachua County did. They have a section on prohibitions that's unlawful for any person to sell, offer for sale, give away, or deliver. So even if I just give it to you, any tobacco product to any person under the age of 21 years. And they have definitions and all in their ordinance to explain, what that means. They have another requirement that before distributing any tobacco product, the distributor shall verify that the recipient is at least 21 years of age using a state-issued ID, so essentially a driver's license, typically. And then they have a requirement for signage that at every place that sells these types of items, that they post a sign that says the sale of tobacco products to persons under the age of 21 is against the City of Fort Lauderdale law, and proof of age is required for purchase. So those are the, and then the fourth thing is they have a self-service merchandise prohibited, like a vending machine, anywhere where anyone under age of 21 can go. So if it's 21 and over, you can have a vending machine. So those are the 4 regulations they put in their ordinance.
Well, and I read those. I guess mine is more towards the direction of the fine, making it excruciating. Would we have that ability to do that? Would we have the ability to define the fine?
That's also part of the ordinance as well. Yeah, what they did was a first offense of a written warning, a second offense of a $500 citation, and then after that, a $1,000 citation.
That's the
That's
idea.
what that city did, but we can look at, what
Because
your
again,
maximum penalties are.
I don't want to punish a child that's particularly buying. Children make bad decisions all the time, the peer pressure, but those that are selling make a different decision. You know, and especially if they're adults selling it, they really make a different decision. So when I'm looking at that, I wouldn't even remotely want to go with a warning, even the first time. That sucker needs to be stout, and then the second time it's really stout. Something that just doesn't make it worth it. And so I guess what I'm asking is, we do have the leeway to really create that just about as stout as we want until, if anybody preempts us on it. Right now, we have the ability to do that.
There are some maximums on the amount of fines that you can levy. I'd have to verify those.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Emmerich, the floor is yours. You have 8 minutes.
Yeah, the one question I had, I believe, if you come back up here one more time with some notes. When I had the meeting with you and your children and we discussed this, I know part of this was also about the advertisement of this and where they were placing the advertisements to where it was eye level and where the kids could see it coming in. I believe that was part of this process as well.
It was.
And I know today they're coming up with great flavors and stuff like that and candy wrappers that really targets the youth. And I would like to see that incorporated into something like this too, to where we can hold the shop owners, just as liable.
I think Attorney Slayton, with the research that she had done, we can't really regulate advertising as much as what we had hoped we could. The beauty of a tobacco retail license, as we had discussed before, is that you can build in the add-ons that you want. And I think I've provided that to Attorney Slayton. We've actually got a draft ordinance that you guys can build off of and pick and choose what you want in there. But there is some violation of the First Amendment, I think, Attorney Slayton, correct?
Yes, what we found in our research is, one, there's a federal law that preempts us from doing anything kind of advertising or anything else related to cigarettes specifically. But two, there's an on-point United States Supreme Court case that addresses regulating advertising of tobacco products with the state interest of protecting children. And the Supreme Court said that the interest did not outweigh the regulation, the First Amendment rights, and that would violate the First Amendment. So despite the fact that I understand the policy desire behind that, it's not very common that you get a U.S. Supreme Court case pretty much directly on point. So it's my recommendation that you consider that could be very easily and strongly challenged.
Okay, well, I
Probably
would just like to
successfully
be updated on that as it progresses, because it is something that would benefit.
Well, and with the tobacco retail license, we can build in buffer zones as far as, trying to regulate sales within certain distances of places that youth gather. That's an option for the tobacco retail licensing. It's all laid out pretty clearly in the counter tools piece that you guys should have received.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Sedonis.
Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner. Commissioner McDowell, you have 3 minutes for your follow-up.
This one's a challenge because at 18, they're adults. However, at 18, they're also still in school. At 18, you can lay your life down for your country. You cannot buy beer or alcohol. And I can see both sides, that you're an adult, you can make your own decisions. But at the same time, like Mayor said, most 18-year-olds don't make the wisest decisions around. So this might be a tool in the toolbox to help them make a wiser, better decision, to change it to the age of 21. And it just may even be a no-brainer that the state's going to regulate it anyways within this next legislative session. But until something gets done, there is a serious health issue going on that's affecting not only kids, young adults, but adults. This vaping stuff is really bad news. I mean, it's not something I do, but I couldn't even begin to imagine even wanting to do that. The doctors are already starting to tell people, stop vaping, because there's no cure for the, and I forgot what it's called, the pocket pops or something in your lungs, I don't know. But it's starting to really kill people. And it's starting to cause irreparable harm. There's no cure for it. So I would definitely be in favor of having the city attorney look at an ordinance to increase it to 21, similar to what Fort Lauderdale did. Maybe even get some feedback on how it's working in Fort Lauderdale. So
But it
that's
did
all.
just go into effect, I believe, September 4th, so.
Yeah, I
And
read-
Alachua hasn't gone into effect yet, so we were not going to have very much data on
And
that.
I read that in the Fort Lauderdale one, they took it to be effective immediately, but they're not going to start enforcing it for 6 months to kind of give everybody a chance to get on board and stuff like that. So I'd be in favor of at least bringing back an ordinance at 21.
Thank you. Commissioner Carusone, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes.
Couple of things. I guess that if the intent is to keep it out of the hands of the children, then, I mean, it doesn't have to be 21. It could be 20. It could be 19, because a 19-year-old's not going to be on campus. That's one thing. The other is, I guess, the sales. My concern is the sales of fruit flavors and children geared marketing, and I know we can't really do much about the marketing aspect, but I'm not sure how you would word that, like a prohibition of children-oriented types of liquid or jewels or
We would have to define it, and so, with the other jurisdictions, the other two have defined it very broadly, any kind of tobacco-related product. If you want it specific to, the jewels or the cartridges, then we'd have to define it to mean that, as opposed to
well, that's what I would
everything. But
support. is
if you do
jewels
the
or
larger umbrella,
cartridges.
then it is included.
Yeah, no, I would support the vapors and the jewels and the cartridges, I'm okay with that. And then I would also say that active military should be exempt. That's it.
Commissioner Litt, you have 3 minutes for your follow-up.
This article says that in, just to give some stats, 2011, there were 2% of high schoolers vaping. There were 16% of them smoking cigarettes. Currently, in 2019, the cigarettes have dropped to 6%, but the Juul or the vaping, 28%. And of those 28%, they said they have smoked 20 times in the past 30 days at least. Right now, the vaping, they figure there is 3% of adults vaping compared to 28% of high schoolers, of youth. So it's definitely a youth issue. I like what Fort Lauderdale did. I think making it match the alcohol is just pretty much the easiest way that you can regulate, because it's all the same. I think with us doing that, setting that, I believe it's going to be regulated not just within the state, but within the federal government. But I think it sends a signal to both of those governments that this city doesn't want the harm and the health of our children hindered. And so we're standing behind that, what they're going to be doing, regulating. As far as the punishment, or whatever you want to call it, we've got teen court people. I mean, set these kids up into teen court for some of these offenses and let them go through that avenue. I think it'd be a great thing for them as long as they're within that age group to utilize teen court. So to summarize, I mean, I know they're trying to limit the flavoring, but I'd rather just eliminate everything, and I think it'd be easier to regulate than it would trying to see which flavor is behind the curtain or whatever. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. See, I agree with the, I don't have a problem raising it to 21. Just to reiterate, when I'm talking about, and I don't have a problem if you're smoking before 21, you know, vaping, whatever you want to call it, before 21, teen court's an avenue to go. My fine side was on the sale side. You know, those that are selling it actively, knowing what they're doing is wrong, that's where I think that punishment needs to come. Especially if you're, you know, like I said, if you're over 21 and you're doing that with kids, you know what's right there. So I just wanted to reiterate on the punishment side, it was more towards the sale aspect of it than it was the child that is getting it. Because I do think that, you know, this is a hard thing to legislate. You know, ultimately, this does. You know, this falls on the decisions of the children who make bad decisions, and it falls on the parents and their education, and, you know, they're watching out for their children, too. You know, government can't do everything, but that being said, you know, we need to do what we can, I think, to help that process. So I'll entertain a motion.
Can
May I follow up with what you're saying as far as an adult providing for a child, but you got children providing for children. You have children that are entrepreneurs at school, stealing from home, taking it to school, and making a quick buck off of it. It's those that I would like to see within teen court. Is what I was talking
To
about.
make the punishment under 18.
Exactly.
Commissioner McDowell, you had.
Yeah, I just, I'll wait, I'll make a motion, Mayor, if you'd like, if nobody else has any comments or anything. Okay, I'll make a motion, Mayor, to have the city attorney work with SWAT and the police department to bring back an ordinance similar to the Fort Lauderdale, and looking at the Alachua County's ordinance and incorporating them to fit the city of Northport, and bring back an ordinance for first reading to the commission.
I think they need stronger direction than that. To have those two and just blend them to come back for the city.
Well, the reason why I said to work with the police department and with SWAT, because there might be some things in the Alachua County's ordinance that could help the Fort Lauderdale ordinance and work together in that way. I don't know about the specifics, and I think that when it comes back for first reading, we can sit there and dissect it and look through it and strike things at that point.
If I may, Mayor, I do agree we need a little more direction, because we would do that anyway. I do need direction to understand a little bit about the policy you want to go toward. Fort Lauderdale really addresses that sale point at the age of 21. Alachua addresses the sale point at age of 21, but then also has an entire licensing and permitting program with it. So we need to know what components you are looking for.
Okay.
See, I go with Fort Lauderdale, making it simple. What Alachua is doing, oh man, you've got a whole lot.
Let me see if we have a second for this.
Okay,
unless
let
you
me
wanna
pull
it.
that and start over then,
All right.
based on the information from the city attorney, if I could, Mayor. I'll make a motion to have the city attorney and the police department work together with SWAT as needed and bring back an ordinance for first reading similar to the Fort Lauderdale ordinance of 21 age for all tobacco products.
I'll second.
Have a motion on the floor by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think we have proven in these past 3 years that the city of Northport is kind of a leader with different things. We started with chickens, we went to body cameras, we look at things with a different lens and try to be innovators in our city. And I really think this might be a good tool for even the parents to use to help enforce and keep the kids healthy and safe. So there's my motion. Thank you.
I think it's making a stand. I think it's making a statement. And yep, they can probably go to another city and purchase, you know, and I mean, I can't say we because I didn't, but people in my state used to cross the state line to get alcohol because there was a difference. So I know there's going to be ways around it, but it's a statement and it's a stand that we're taking, and hopefully the other legislative bodies can see that we're on board with the health of our citizens. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Carrison, you had an amendment?
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to include within that ordinance the details of being sure that teen court is used as punishment for those users that are found to purchase within the under 21 limits. That extreme fines are created for sellers, and that there is some sort of repercussion for the sales by another to underage users, as well as having active military exempt.
I'll second for discussion.
All right, I have an amendment on the floor by Commissioner Carrison, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Commissioner Carrison?
Yeah, I think that this kind of encompasses everything that everybody was kind of talking about. I tried to put it all together so that it's a little bit more direct and specific. I really would like to see a complete prohibition of the, fruit flavors and children-oriented types of, but I know that's kind of impossible. It has to be 21 and under, and I don't know if that's really legal, but I would love to see it. As far as active military is concerned, I think the active military already has it at their hands on base, I just think that if you're old enough to die for our country, you're old enough to drink and smoke. Sorry, that's my belief.
Ms. Slater?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to clarify with the amendment what the direction Commissioner Carrison and Vice Mayor McDowell are looking to go, because there's been reference to the Fort Lauderdale ordinance. The Fort Lauderdale ordinance restricts the sale of the products. It doesn't restrict the buy of the products. So it doesn't punish a 14 or 15-year-old who buys it. It doesn't punish someone who's 19 and in the active military who buys it. It only relates to the sellers. So if you want to include a provision for the buyers too, there's a little bit of conflict between the amendment and the main motion that we need clarified.
Well, in the amendment, she did specify teen court users for the purchase of under 20, that purchased and they're under 21. So she did have that in her amendment.
Yeah, so it would be a revision to, while we've used the Fort Lauderdale as a template, we would, in addition to it, say, in cases of users,
I see.
use teen court, and that's only when you catch them, because most times you won't,
Commissioner Lee?
Couldn't it been put like possession of if you're underage in that category? Wouldn't that be a better scenario? You're 15, you're caught with it,
Teen court?
teen court. This covers users, but it's possession of it.
That's kind of where I was going at, but not necessarily.
You could have scenarios out there that, well, I'll just give it to the 15-year-old and I ain't going to jail.
Exactly, that's what I'm worried about, because that happens a lot.
The 15-year-old will say, oh, hell no, I don't want to hold it. You're going to jail. Because they do have penalties for both sides of the coin.
You wouldn't go to jail, you'd go to jail
Well,
for it, but yeah.
you know what I'm saying.
Commissioner, which I think Jill, or Commissioner Luke, really kind of hit it. This is going to be really hard to regulate anyways.
Right.
You know, it's more about making a statement and making a stand, letting people know, letting our legislators know, that we're creating an ordinance over this. And I think that says something to them too, whenever we do this.
Wait, I think
looks
we're
like
getting some
there's-
legal advice going on.
City manager?
Right now, under 18 is not allowed to buy them anyway.
Not allowed to buy what?
Vaping products
Any
and
of the
cigarettes.
vaping, electronic cigarettes, anything like that.
Okay,
No,
well,
I understood that, but say,
But you're talking about
21.
possession, it's already covered under Florida statute. So-
but I thought that
Okay.
18-year-olds, 18, could go to teen court. So if you found an 18-year-old that was purchasing it and the seller got the large fine, then the 18-year-old maybe could go to teen court and do some volunteer time and maybe even
Well,
make
and
them
then-
work with SWAT, but I guess not, huh?
It did.
Todd Garris, for the record, just throwing it out there. We're also going to now have to determine what's in this device, whether it has any type of prohibited material in it.
You're talking about possession side of things, but I
Right.
was really looking at the side that you're in the grocery store and someone sells it, you have a user and you have but it's not really gonna work out that well, so you can take that out, the teen court reference.
You mean for
That's-
under 21 for the purchase?
I'll,
Users purchase under 21? Or, under 21, if they purchase, they go to teen court? That's what I'm
Correct,
looking
yeah.
for?
yeah.
Who
And
was
then
the
I'll leave the
seconder on
rest. That was Commissioner McDowell.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I'm glad that she removed the teen court part and the purchasing part. I think if we just stick with the extreme fine for sellers and exempting active military, I think we have one strong ordinance.
Yeah.
And I think that if we focus on the sellers, they're the ones that are going to be jeopardizing their license and their store and their business. And I don't see them putting that at risk for some kid that wants to get a vaping product. So I'm glad that that was removed, and I would concur with that removal. If that, we need to restate it, city attorney or city clerk, for keeping it clean.
I think that would probably be a good idea, but before we get to that, I'm still confused. What are we exempting the military from?
So in other words, an 18-year-old is in active military, then the law does not apply. They can go and purchase a vape pen or
But if we're
whatever.
taking that provision out, then we're not regulating purchase, we're just regulating
Tobacco.
sale.
Oh, that's true.
Huh?
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
Yeah, if we take this out, we're not regulating the purchase anyways, we're only regulating the sale. And you can't really say that.
Can't say that if you have an active military, if you have a card that shows that you're active military, you can go ahead and purchase it. They do it for alcohol in a lot of states.
Oh, I see what you're saying, so that they can, I see what you're saying, so they can can't sell it under 21 unless they are in
Unless
active
they're
military.
active military,
Unless they
right,
have their
correct.
video, okay. Commissioner Luke?
That is legal, is it, city attorney, to differentiate from one category of personage?
Yeah, I don't see an issue with it. If we find anything, we'll let you know.
Okay. And going back to the teen court, I think the schools and teen court could work something out too for the kids that they catch using it within the school grounds or that. I think they could work with teen court to do some sort of,
Education and things.
yeah, with them.
I can bring to them this month.
It's
when I-
not put into the ordinance, but it's something I would highly encourage those two organizations to work together.
That's what I can bring to them this month when we have our meeting. Yeah. Okay, so I have an amendment. You want to restate the amendment just for the record, just to make it clear?
Yes, that within the prohibition of sale of district or distribution of tobacco products being limited to persons over the age of 21, to include the exemption for active military and the, what was the other thing?
That was it?
And no,
Sellers.
yes, the extreme fine for the sellers. Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, we have an amendment.
That was the amendment.
Yeah, that's the amendment.
I was restating it.
Okay, so I have an amendment on the floor by Commissioner Carasone, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Let's take the vote. That passes unanimously. On to the motion as amended. So, let's call the vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you,
Adonis.
SWAT.
And thank you, SWAT. You guys did a great job.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, yeah, no clapping. You're right. I'll get more of trouble for that. All
So
right,
one for
so
our
now-
kids.
Yeah, it is. So now we're going to move on to announcements. City Clerk.
Before we do, Mayor, I just have to say, that was brought forth by the kids.
Absolutely was.
And, you know, I commend them because they came here earlier this year and they came back. They saw it through to the end. And I hope you guys will come back for first reading and second. So thank you very much, you guys. Thank you, Mayor.
Yep. Okay, moving on to announcements. City Clerk, please read announcements into the record.
The current vacancies for the following boards and committees include the Art Advisory Board, Audit Committee, Beautification and Tree Scenic Highway Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizens Tax Oversight Committee, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, Environmental Advisory Board, Historic and Cultural Advisory Board, Joint Management Advisory Board, Northport Youth Council, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, Public Utility Advisory Board, Zoning Board of Appeals. The upcoming expirations for the following advisory boards and committees: Beautification and Tree Scenic Highway Committee, Citizens Tax Oversight Committee, Firefighters Pension Board of Trustees, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Police Officers Pension Board of Trustees, Public Utility Advisory Board. One Northport resident to serve on the Sarasota Manatee Metropolitan Planning Organization Citizen Advisory Committee. If anyone would like more information, please see the city clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Okay, we're moving on to consent. City Manager, do we have anything pulled for discussion?
Item O is requested to be
Item
pulled.
O. To item O. Okay, I will
Sorry,
entertain.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
I'm looking at it different. The one on my iPad, it actually looks like item N. The Tuscola Bridge one was the
It's
one. that was-
N, not O? Okay, item
The
N.
agenda has O.
That's why I clarified which one it is. Whatever one is the one for Tuscola Bridge. Mine shows O. The paper I had showed,
When I was in the agenda briefing was different than yours.
yep.
N is being
N,
pulled.
yeah, it's N. Yeah, it'll be 19-10-16
So,
is the one that was,
so then, hold on, Mayor, then that means something's missing from what was noticed versus what's,
I think what.
I'm confused.
Yeah, I think what is, my agenda briefing, the document I received from the city manager's office was different, but I don't think, the one that was advertised was different.
Amendment to the agenda, the one that is electronically out there for the public to see, it is item N,
Yeah,
19-10-16.
That's what I have.
yeah, I have N right here. So it's item 19-10-16. Okay, so I will entertain a motion to,
The button's pushed already, so.
okay, go ahead.
I'm not making the
All
motion.
right, go ahead.
I'll move to approve, wait, oh, I don't have it. I'll move to approve the consent agenda items A through M, O, and P.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Carrasone, seconded by Commissioner Liu. Let's call the vote. Commissioner McDowell.
See what's different on these.
And that passes unanimously. We are going to move on to item 19-1016.
Oh, I see.
So that way we're all on the same
I see.
page, literally. All right, city manager, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. If you remember, a little while back, we had another item related to the Central Park at Northport area. And this item was not ready at that point in time, which was related to the bridge and the reimbursement agreement for the developer building the bridge. So this item has been added to this meeting now that everything's in order. So with that, we do have the engineer, and Nicole Galehouse from planning is here as well. If you guys would like her to give you an overview of it, she can. Otherwise, we'll just open it up for questions.
Okay, sounds good to me. Do I have anybody that would like to speak to this agenda?
I thought they were going to have a presentation.
Oh, we had a presentation.
The presentation was, I guess.
Okay, do you want the
was question.
presentation? Okay, yes, we'll have a presentation. Thank you, Ms.
They're
Gallagher.
here.
For the record, Nicole House, Planning Division Manager. So the agreement that you have in front of you is for the design, construction, and permitting for a bridge to go over the Coco Plum Waterway at Tuscola Boulevard. It sets out the requirements that the developer will have to do in order to construct the bridge and a method of reimbursement for the construction costs out of the impact fees collected within that development. It puts in a timing consideration that the bridge has to be constructed before the 251st building certificate of occupancy is issued for the single-family homes, and sets out the method of reimbursement requests. And that's it in a nutshell. So if you have questions, we're here.
All right, Commissioner McDowell, you have 8 minutes. The floor is yours.
Yeah, so I'm looking at A in the agreement, and it says here, item A, the very first thing, it says, more particularly described in Exhibit A attached here too. But then when I went and was looking at Exhibit A, there's a map, a quick little map, and it's labeled Exhibit B. So maybe we need to say Exhibit A and B?
Exhibit A is the legal description. It's the correct reference for that section.
So does this Exhibit B need to be changed?
No, ma'am, look before that Exhibit B, there's a 6-page
Right.
Exhibit A with a legal description.
With the legal description, but this B was also part of something.
Exhibit B is referenced.
In section, whereas clause F.
Yes. Showing the alternative bridge
Okay.
connection point.
Thank you. All right, so that's taken care of. Thank you. In F, it says there that the Coco Plum Waterway having 2 travel lanes and sidewalks on each side. There's no mention of lighting, and I know some of our bridges across the Coco Plum, some have lighting and some don't. So will this have lighting on it?
Our current ULDC does require lighting on all roadways, so it will have to meet those requirements when it comes through the development review process.
Thank you for that clarification. Hopping over to 3A. And this one, I got some clarification on the numbers. It says here the amount that's not to exceed. In writing, it says $1,992,000. But when I posed the question about the math, it says that it should be $1,819,000. Is that correct?
I'd actually like to invite the applicant up to discuss this. We had an additional conversation just before the meeting today about these numbers, so I'd like to invite Charlie or Peter up to field that question.
Good evening. I'm used to saying I've been sworn, but I guess I don't have to be this time, right?
We were welcome to swear at.
You're very trustworthy, so yeah.
Say your name for the record, sir.
Yeah, so, I was talking.
Say your name for the record.
My name is Peter Van Busker with Kimley Horn, for the record.
Thank you.
I guess I should do that part. So I was talking to Nicole before the meeting, and I explained to her where we get the numbers from, and I think the last number of the 1992 would be confusing because there's really something left out that my analyst should have put in as a line item, so you would know how it got there. So I'll just take it quickly through the math. So it starts out, you've got the $1,233,750 for the bridge. Then there's $35,000 that's added to that for the roadway connections from either end of the bridge. That totals to $1,268,750. We then take 10% of that. That's where we take 10% of the contingency. So it could be confusing that we added in the design and you took contingency with that, but we didn't add that in yet. So once you add the contingency to the $126,750, you're at $1,395,625. Then we add the design fee of
Whoa,
$175.
slow down, slow down, please. So you didn't add the contingency?
We added the contingency to the construction costs. We
Okay.
didn't add design to the construction cost, then take the contingency. So the 10% contingency is only on the construction cost itself.
Okay, so you have 1,233,750, adding the connection roadway of 35,000, adding the design and permitting of
Now,
175.
you don't do that yet. So
Okay,
just
so what's-
for construction, you're right, the 1,233,750 plus the 35,000.
Okay,
Okay, so then you take the 10% of that is 126,875.
Okay.
We add that to get a construction with contingency of 1,395,625.
only 395, 625.
Then we add the design fee of 175,000. That takes you up to the 1,571,000. That's just rounding to 1,571,000, which is what you're seeing on the document that was provided. Now, if we take the 3 years of escalation at 5% of that, you would end up at 1,818,000, rounded to the $819,000. The difference between that and the 192,000 is basically, it's on 175,000, 174. That was to account for CEI,
What's CDI?
construction phase services inspections, construction inspections. We added that in. They did not add the line item that would have shown you how we made that leap from 1,818 to the 1,992. So, and there was some rounding in there, which you'll see, you'll probably end up pretty close to that.
Okay, so, city manager, it was explained to me that the inspections are going to be done by our staff or third party that we have to pay for. So I don't understand, why are we paying them for the inspections?
Well, you're not paying us, really. You're reimbursing our costs.
But we're paying,
Well, no, I would say
Depends who
this.
pays for them.
If you would want the developer to hire the CEI, which would be reimbursable, that's what we can do under that 1,992, the $1,992,000 number. If the city would like to control that and they would like to hire the CEI directly, then we would just be at the 1,818,000 number.
okay. So city manager,
Ma'am.
based on the question that I asked, who's inspecting it? And if it's not us, who pays for the inspection? And in the response, it was, the city will do the inspecting and we have to hire a third party at our expense. So why would we include it with the cost of construction payable back to the developer in the impact fees if we're already paying for that ourselves as a city?
If we pay it, we won't pay them back for it. If we have them do it, then they would hire the person and we would reimburse them for that cost.
Okay, but if you go to the line 3A, it says that the design, permitting, and construction of the bridge, we would be responsible for reimbursing for the $1,992,000. But if we're paying for the inspections, it should say $1,819,000.
Correct.
Yes.
It depends which way you go. So yes, if we hire it, which would be our preference, that we hire them and control it. That way, we're in control of it. We know the person we want is hired. So yes, under our preference, this number would be changed to the 1,800,000 and whatever that number was. Yes, that number. So
So because the inspections are missing on that probable construction sheet, we can change that number to the 1.8, whatever.
yes, ma'am.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you. Commissioner, okay, I'll entertain a motion. We have
I-
no other questions.
More questions?
You have 3-minute follow-up. 3-minute follow-up. 6:50.
Line number 13. I'm sorry, item number 13. If this developer does not get to the 250 mark and something happens with the economy and they decide they're not building anymore, can this be transferred to another developer?
I'm gonna let one of the attorneys answer that.
I mean, it is, the instrument will be recorded to the public records and will run with the land, so whoever owns the land would have the obligation of complying with the terms of the agreement, which would include constructing the bridge. Yes, ma'am.
The trigger point of 250th dwelling unit, can that be lowered to 150 to ensure that this gets done in a timely manner? City manager?
Well, anything can be put in the agreement as long as both parties agree.
Okay.
And I don't know that the applicant would agree to that or not. That's something they would have to answer.
So what happens if we don't collect enough impact fees, they don't build the bridge, and the bridge may be halfway done or not done at all? What happens then?
The way it's structured is, again, the bridge is not required to serve the project. When we entered the development review process, we were asked by the city if we would be interested in constructing the bridge. And we said, yes, we would be. And the city has the ability, you collect transportation impact fees for every project in the city. I mean, for single-family dwelling units to medical office, the city takes that money, puts it in a pot, and saves it for capacity-adding roadway improvements. And in this instance, what the city is doing is it's a good, it's an overused term, but it's a public-private partnership, is saying, hey, rather than collecting this money over time from this project, putting it in a pot, collecting it over time once we have enough, constructing a capacity-adding improvement, you've worked with our client, Sable Trace Development Partners, to say, look, we're going to take this money, we're going to pipeline it to a specific capital improvement project in the form of the bridge. And so what my client is doing...
Because of my time constraint, City Attorney, could you please answer my question to protect the city?
Well,
if something happens, are we protected?
Yes, ma'am. There's remedies inside the agreement. If the bridge is not completed by the issuance of the CO for the 250th dwelling unit, we can withhold issuance of COs. Additionally, this is a reimbursement agreement, so we only reimburse what's being spent out on the bridge. If for whatever reason they don't build the bridge, we're collecting the impact fees, then we can start or finish the bridge, or we can do the other road improvements, or we can require them to do the other road improvements. I mean, so. Yes.
Up to the maximum amount of the 1.819, $1,819,000 mark. That is the maximum we pay, regardless of how much it costs to construct.
Correct.
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
No, that's not correct.
Well, with a 10% contingency.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's with a reduced 199, it goes down to 1.818. And then pursuant to the agreement, if there are any unforeseen costs, it could be increased by up to 10%, subject to review by the city engineer.
And that's the maximum. We pay the
That's the
actual
maximum.
costs up to that, or reimburse.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve the transportation impact fee reimbursement agreement with Sable Trace Development Partners, LLC, regarding the Tuscola Boulevard Bridge, Central Park.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Carrasone, seconded by Commissioner Liu. Commissioner
10
Carrasone.
years in the making. Thank you, guys. Appreciate your hard work, your willingness to work with the city of Northport on a partnership, and looking forward to some really great things happening in that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Liu, do you have something to the motion?
I have an understanding of what has been put forward prior to the meeting and during the meeting. I have an understanding of that $175,000 for the consultant, so I have no problem with the way that it's written, knowing and having the understanding that everybody is clear on those items. Thank you.
I have an amendment. Commissioner,
Before I do the amendment, I want to make sure of the correct number. So in that 3A, based on our conversation, that 3A number, instead of it being $1,992,000 as stated in the agreement. It should actually be $1,819,000. Is that correct? And we pay the inspections.
That would be correct.
Okay, so we need to change that, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. So Mayor, I'll make an amendment to the motion. That item 3A, the dollar amount not to exceed should be $1,819,000 for the bridge costs.
I'll second that.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Carrasone. Commissioner McDowell?
Nothing? They cleared it up?
Commissioner Carrasone?
As long as staff and the applicant are okay with that. I mean, I thought that was not in addition with the town.
We are absolutely okay with that, and the agreement doesn't, it was contemplated that the construction cost included the CEI, Construction Engineering Inspection Services, but it's clear with the reduction of that to the 1.819, that the construction would not include the CEI, that would be a service that the city would deal with directly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
That's that latter part, it only addresses the dollar amount.
Right. You're saying the amendment?
Well, yes, I'm saying if that is to be the agreement, the agreement does not set forth who will pay the CEI. So we may
Exactly.
if you want to change the dollar amount, I would recommend including that.
So instead of just changing the dollar amount, putting in that the city is responsible for CEI?
I think both, doing both of those things.
So changing the dollar amount to the 1.8, whatever that number is, includes the city paying the CEI?
That's what I'm hearing from your staff.
Yes, ma'am. So if the motion could say, reducing the amount, and the city will pay for the CEI.
So do you want me to restate the motion, Mayor? Or
Yes,
do you want me
please.
to just start all over?
Does it need to include the contingency also, or just the
That's already in
number
there, right?
and?
It's still in there.
It's already in there.
Thank you.
Can she just restate that motion the way she wants it? Okay.
So I'll restate it to be that the item 3A in the agreement will be corrected to read $1,819,000 for the bridge costs, and the city is responsible for CEI costs.
Motion on the floor. Yeah. Have an amendment on the floor by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner McDowell.
Thank you for letting me do the motion, the amendment.
Yep, Commissioner Luke. All right, Commissioner Carrasone.
I just want clarification before I vote on this amendment. So we're basically saying the same thing as what it said before, right? It's just that we've reduced it and then put the responsibility on the city.
For CEI, yes, ma'am.
Right, I mean, before it was, this is the max, either the applicant pays or the city pays, and that would be found out after the fact. Is that, I mean, the city, either way, I guess, technically the applicant pays, but it was either reimbursed or not reimbursed.
As the agreement is written currently, the applicant pays for, or the developer pays for everything, and the city reimburses up to the
Right.
maximum.
So we'd be clarifying that among the construction services the developer is providing, it does not include CEI, and as a result of that, the maximum not to exceed amount is being reduced consistent with that. And so I think, I hear that the motion would be to change the cost in that 3A, and then perhaps to clarify, Ms. Slayton and I can maybe add language to paragraph 2 that talks about developers' obligations to make clear that the construction does not include CEI. And then under 3A, or under 3 or 3A, we can make clear that the city would be overseeing the CEI.
I said that in the amendment.
Yeah.
Here's,
CEI is not mentioned in this agreement at all.
But I thought that was the intent of the board, is to clarify that CEI is not included in the cost, it's being reduced, and the city would be.
That's what I
Yeah,
heard.
well, that's what we're saying, yes, ma'am.
well, that's what he's saying.
I think we're all on the same page.
But what I'm trying to say is that,
Just in different languages.
as it's stated, as it is, right now, it has a max limit.
Yes, ma'am.
If you pay for it out of pocket, it gets reimbursed to that amount.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
We are changing it so that you don't have that option to pay out of pocket. The city must pay for it
With regard to CEI services only.
and take it out of your money, correct?
Right, the city would be paying for it separately. It would not be part of this agreement. It would be, we would be doing the designing, permitting, and construction work, the city would separately engage a
Where I'm going
third-party
with this?
engineer to do the CEI.
I think I know where you're headed with this, and let me see if I can help. If we left it as is, they have the option to pay for it, but also if they don't and we do, the construction costs could go up to that amount, even not including that CEI.
True.
The way it's written.
And also, we could pay for that out of impact fees. We would,
You'd have the authority to do that, yes.
That's what I'm trying to understand. I just want to make sure that we're not, because I personally think they can get it done a whole heck of a lot cheaper than we can. That's my belief, you know?
Juliana Belia, Public Works Director. So we have an obligation as a city to inspect the bridge. And unfortunately, we do not have staff qualified. We do not have a structural engineer on our staff. But it is our responsibility to do that inspection. So in lieu of that, we would go to our engineering library and we would hire a construction engineering inspection. Pardon me?
No.
What was that?
We're not going to hire somebody who's going to have a built-in conflict.
Right, no. So that being said, we want to be able to hire that person, and we want to be able to review those results, because that is our responsibility. It can be done the other way. We can have the developer do it all and just, we get those results, we don't get to choose who they use. It's our responsibility, and I feel strongly that we need to hire the person. They are obligated to give the results to us, and Mr. Traverso, we review the results. Although he's not a structural engineer, he's very capable of reviewing the results. I just think I would prefer to do it in that manner.
Okay, all right.
All right.
That's
So let's-
what I needed to hear.
so let's take
Thank
the
you, I
amendment.
appreciate that, Julie. We're doing the amendment? Okay.
That passes unanimously. Now let's call the vote on the motion as amended.
Are you starting tomorrow?
And that passes unanimously. All right, now we're moving on to
Thank you.
public hearing. Thank you, guys. Appreciate everything. All right, we're moving on to public hearings. Ordinance number 2019-27. City Clerk, please read ordinance by title only.
Ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the Unified Land Development Code, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 2, Administration of Unified Land Development Code, Section 1-22, Fees, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
City Manager, can you give us a presentation?
Mayor, again, this one is second reading. We had direction from the commission back in November about this, directing us to bring you back an ordinance allowing us to delay the collection of these fees for the vacation of an easement, with the authority going to the city manager to do that. It's not a waiver, it is a delay. Ultimately, if the commission decided to collect or not collect ones, then that would be done at the time that the actual easement was vacated. This also went in front of the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board. They unanimously recommended this ordinance as well. Like I said, this is second reading, so we had more discussion at first reading.
I see no discussion, so I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve ordinance number 2019-27 as presented.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner Carrasone. Commissioner Luke, you have anything to that?
Thank you for all the good work, everyone.
Commissioner Carrasone? All right. Let's call the vote. That passes unanimously. Moving on into ordinance number 2019-11. City Clerk, please read ordinance by title only.
An ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, repealing Section 50-6 of the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, entitled Smoking, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Okay, if I do not have any discussion, do I have any? Any questions? Anybody want the floor? All right, Commissioner Carrasone, the floor is yours. You have 8 minutes.
You know, this one, okay. This is to, if we can have like a basic summarization for the public as to what this will do in the city? What are the limits that this is going to set forth? If we can just kind of.
Yes, ma'am. So, in one sense, it won't change anything because we're currently not legally able to enforce this ordinance. Practically speaking, it will result in the removal of some signage in some city parks, which purports to control smoking pursuant to the city code. But several years ago, the Florida legislature passed a statute preempting all regulation of smoking, not of sales of tobacco products that we talked about earlier, but of smoking to the state. So this law in our books is unenforceable. It's in violation of state law and it's illegal.
And so this will remove all the signage?
Yes, after the first reading, we did do some research and found that there are no state regulations on smoking in outdoors. So there's no basis to keep the signage up.
So let me ask you, I know that we're not allowed to regulate smoking in outdoor spaces and all that. I guess you can't even do a radius, can you? Like smoking around children and stuff like that, you can't like shouldn't smoke around a child at any of a city park within an X amount of feet?
No, ma'am, the preemption is very, very broad and it's very, very direct. The statute specifically says this part expressly preempts regulation of smoking to the state and supersedes any municipal or county ordinance on the subject. This is, the name of the act references indoor. The courts and the Attorney General have clarified that this plain language applies to indoor and outdoor. We can't regulate smoking, just period.
Okay.
All right.
I was trying to find a way to regulate it around children because that just irks me when you're smoking with kids and around kids.
I'll make a motion,
Yes,
Mayor,
ma'am.
to approve ordinance number 2019-38 as presented.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Vice Mayor McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Vice Mayor, do you have anything to that? Luke?
Would you state what the ordinance number was again, please?
2019-38.
I have
I'm showing
2019-11.
30.
Oh, no, you are right. I'm on the wrong one. It was 38. Yeah, I'm sorry.
2019-38,
38,
an ordinance
yes.
of the City of Northport repealing Section 50-6 of the Code of the City of Northport entitled Smoking.
Yeah.
Thank you, City Clerk.
And I'm showing 39 on mine, so, okay, thank you.
I
Just
go
so-
by the
it's-
agenda. I
11, so,
We're way off.
yeah.
These things
It's
organized.
showing 38 up here, and then it's showing 39 down here.
Right.
That's why I was questioning which one it was, to make sure it was accurate.
Gotcha.
Let's take the vote. And that passes unanimously. All right, now we're moving on to 2019-11. City Clerk, will you please read ordinance by title only?
Ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the City of Northport Unified Land Development Code to allow for urban market gardens by amending Chapter 25, Parking and Loading Regulations, Article 2, Off-Street Parking, Section 25-17, Minimum Off-Street Parking Requirements, amending Chapter 53, Zoning Regulations, Part 2, Schedule of District Regulations to allow urban market gardens as a permitted principal use in the CG Commercial General District, CGS Commercial General Special District, ILW Light Industrial and Warehouse District, and NC-HI, NC-LI Neighborhood Commercial High-Low Intensity Districts. Amending Part 3 Special District Regulations, Article 20, Special Circumstance Regulations, 40 Special Structures, amending Chapter 55 Activity Center Design Regulations to allow urban market gardens as permitted principal use in Panacea Activity Center 4, Midway Activity Center 5, the Shire Activity Center 6, and the Gardens Activity Center 8. Amending Chapter 61 Definitions, Section 61-3, Definitions and Word Usage, providing for findings, providing for adoption, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, will you please present the item?
I don't think I can really follow that, but I'll give it a shot. This has been something that you have worked on for a while. It came to you for first reading back in April of this year. There was a extensive list of recommended changes between first and second reading, which are included in the backup and have all been done. They are listed, like I say, in the staff summary. I'm not going to, my intention is not to go over each one of them because we already did that at the first reading. So with that, we'll entertain any questions.
I don't think we have public comment on this. We usually do.
I have
so
no public comment for the.
I didn't think so. I
full
didn't see anybody that normally would have done it. I just wanted to verify because this one always has. Okay. Commissioner McDowell, you have 8 minutes. Floor is yours.
meeting. Yeah, I'm going to start with the line number 248 in the second reading, and that's the actual definition of an urban market. I was looking at the whereas clause, and if you look at line 25, it includes private enterprise and an organization. So I think they need to be included in the definition. And I'll give you what I wrote for the definition. Also, if you look, it says for commercial sale to consumers and restaurants. We can just condense that and say end users, because maybe somebody that's got a commercial garden wants to sell to Detweilers or sell to Publix or sell to some other entity that's not included as a consumer or a restaurant. Just an end user kind of captures all people that are buying the product. And then we can also say urban market gardens may also include plant nursery sales. Because if you go to what the definition of a plant nursery is, it kind of corresponds to what an urban garden is. So when it comes time to make the motion, I do have written the beginning part of that definition to incorporate the private enterprises and organizations that are mentioned in the whereas clause, and then the end user and urban market garden. So I just want to keep that on the forefront. If you go to line 155, I'm sorry, line 117, it talks about the size. It's been my understanding that to limit it to the 3 acres of usable space, I think is the word that's kind of thrown out there. Usable space is for the garden, but it doesn't include the amount of parking that's required or a building. So I'm trying to remember what the name of the organization is, that Department of Agriculture says that it could be up to 10 acres. So why not just leave it up to 10 acres? I don't remember the reasoning that we had it split down to 3 and 6 when Department of Ag has specific criteria.
So the, again, for the record, Nicole Galehouse, Planning Division Manager. The original conversation of why we were limiting the size of the urban market gardens went down to the agricultural assessment that can be applied to the property, which affects the property taxes pretty significantly. So it has a big impact on what those look like. The original, I think, had it at a certain acreage, and commission direction was to change it to 3 acres in neighborhood commercial and 6 in the other zoning districts.
But if we have it at 3 acres and you have your buffer area, you have your parking area, that really isn't going to leave much room for growing.
Right, so I think it may come down to what different municipalities and city and counties throughout the country have looked at urban market gardens as. If you're looking for acreage, we have acreage where you're allowed to do agricultural uses. Urban market gardens are generally, and it's not really how it's applied here, but generally it's more of like an urban infill to allow for food to be available, fresh food to be available when there's food deserts or things like that, to allow for that. So I think that's why the size limitation came in, part of why the size limitation came into play was that it's consistent with what most municipalities look at an urban market garden as. But again, we do want to carefully consider that impact to our tax base with that size limitation.
going to, I think it's like line 151, it says urban market gardens are subject to development regulations and major site and review. How much is that going to cost?
The cost varies depending on the acreage of the property.
Okay, so if it's 3 acres, because that's what you're saying we have to keep it at for neighborhood commercial. I still don't understand that, but.
Bear with me 1 second. The major site and development application starts at 2 acres or less is $48.25. Over 2 acres up to 15 acres is $68.35.
I'm sorry, so how much is?
$6,835.
$6,835. And what is the purpose of going through the MAS stage? For a garden? It's not a development.
It is development, it's not just a garden. They would be required to have parking and stormwater management. They're gonna have to go through the full regulations of the site development. So they'd have to go through the full staff review. Most likely it would have a building for sales to be done out of, and that would all have to go through as well.
And then my last question, Mayor, because I know time is of the essence on this. There was a thing about the setbacks and, line 155, located so that they have it blocked. And I think we need to make sure that we keep it as open as possible without the wall and stuff or any of that regulation, because this garden is going to depend on like the bees for pollination and the breezes for things to grow. And it may kind of box things in that would normally grow naturally. I'm not a gardener, my family will attest to it, but I know that you gotta have the space and the air movement for things to happen with gardening. So maybe there's a way to exempt that part of it?
From the buffer wall for like the neighborhood commercial?
Yeah, because you're gonna have a buffer space anyways, because there's the setback and that's gonna be natural, it's gonna be natural and green. I'm just.
We could add another, like, under there, we could do 2C and say, when in a neighborhood commercial zoning district, an urban market garden is exempt from the buffer requirements of that section.
Is a buffer required in any of the other zoning districts that are listed on here?
Yes, but that's the buffer specifically outlined for this use as a type C buffer, which I believe is a 10-foot buffer. I think the type C is a 10-foot buffer.
10 C is. But they're not a wall, it's not a
No,
fence.
not a
it's
wall, not the berm,
Anything
not-
constraining.
No,
Okay.
it's just a 10-foot buffer.
All right, that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Luke, you have 8 minutes, floor is yours.
I have to admit, this was very confusing reading it as to what had been going on prior to, and then this final thing. I will state I am in favor of making it 10, eliminating the acreage to 10 acres, but I would like an overall limit to urban gardens being 25 acres total for the entire city. I talked with staff. That does seem like it's doable. It's not prohibiting anything legally, but it's not saying that it's a practice or prototype or whatever you were talking about. But it actually allows them to come in, so they then get to judge what they think is going to work for them up to the 25 acres in the city. That protects then that commercial base that we were worried about losing. And I would open that up then to the activity centers and those neighborhood commercial, high density, whatever you've got listed. I would just say 10 acres max and total of 25 acres within the city. The buffer thing, I would lighten that up. That is plants. I'm having a little problem with looking at the beginning of it, like line 87 and 89. And then, because it says one thing and then it contradicts down in line 122, the way I'm seeing it. The hours of operation, they look like they contradict one another, so that bothers me. The exemption down on 102, you're exempting nurseries and botanical gardens and garden shops. Well, to me, these urban markets are no different than a nursery or a garden shop. I mean, it is commercial. They are selling those types of things, and to me, they need to be able to be allowed to sell the tools or the retail stuff that a garden shop does too at this urban market. So I think there's some inconsistencies within that need to be straightened out before it can be finally approved.
Can I?
Yes,
You want me
ma'am.
to respond to some of those?
Of course.
Before we get too far, I'm losing track of some of them. The inconsistency between the hours of operation or I think you're talking about all commercial uses within completely enclosed buildings, is that
Can you tell us what line item you're on when you
That-
address this, please?
That starts
Thank
on
you.
87.
Thank you.
And then I believe the line she said it was inconsistent with is 122. Where it
Correct.
says it can be sold on or off the premises.
Mhm.
It's not inconsistent because it says within completely enclosed buildings unless exempted herein. And then below that in where it's listed in that table, it requires them in accordance with section 53-240S, and that's where it provides that they can be conducted outdoors.
It's two different sections.
It's kind of like a trail you have to follow, but it's all there.
No wonder I was confused.
Yes.
You didn't leave the breadcrumbs for me.
I realize I don't like following the line.
Yeah, so in 102, it's giving an exception, and it's giving that exception to those garden shops and nurseries and those other things. Is there a conflict there then in what you're talking about?
So this doesn't preclude a nursery from being, like the features of a nursery or the commercial sales of those garden tools and things like that from being done on the same site as an urban market garden. What this is saying is that if you are just the nursery or you are just the garden shop, these regulations don't apply to you because they are different in what they do. The plant nursery doesn't have the vegetable and fruit component. It doesn't have that. We're talking strictly ornamental shrubs, trees.
It doesn't have the direct food
It
sales.
doesn't have the direct food sales, correct.
Okay, so they can sell the retail stuff that goes with,
Yes, absolutely. You can combine uses.
okay, because that was confusing to me. So the sales inside and outside, that does not have to be conducted within the building the way 87 said?
That's correct.
Okay.
I would like to follow up on that. There's another component of this that's going to have to come back to you, but it's going to have to come back to you separately as far as the activity centers go, because we have to amend the urban design standards pattern book to allow for sales to be conducted outdoors. I was going to include that with this and wrap it in, but the pattern book is inconsistent with itself already, so there's
Yeah.
other decisions you have to
Go
make
figure.
regards to that. So we'll be coming back with that separately.
Can't believe that.
I know, right?
Okay, and then if you look at line 188, we were talking about, allowing the fish, the poultry, the bees, that sort of stuff. This says they're prohibited unless necessary for crop production. How are you going to determine whether it's going to be for crop production? I mean, because I believe we were just saying that they were allowed, so how are you going to determine that?
The
'Cause
direction,
bees do.
the direction we received, the consensus item was that staff will recraft the language with the intent that bees and fish used within the use of the garden will be allowed, and to readdress the language about breeding and raising being prohibited. So how we understood that from the conversation we had, is that if it's, we talked about like the aquaculture and the fish are part of that cycle, or, you know, if the bees are needed for pollination and whatnot, then that's permitted. If it's part of the actual operation of the garden, not if it's a separate piece of it. So, you know, you wouldn't be able to have fish just to sell fish, or bees just to sell honey.
Okay. Then to summarize my 8 minutes, I would like to see it expanded to 10 acres per urban garden, up to a maximum of 25 acres within the entire city, and then work that, that perimeter.
We'll come and do a
Find out if that's
consensus. So if you
legal.
remember those things, we'll come and do a consensus once we're done. Commissioner Carrison?
Yeah, I think we need to find out if we can legally do that. Can we limit, without limiting it within the zoning structure, that we max out 25 acres to be determined allowable for the commercial gardens? My concern is that you know, it's like we saying you can only have 3 Walgreens on the corner. That gives you an idea.
I'll let Amber weigh in on this, but I've seen regulations where you aren't allowed to have more than 1 gas station per intersection, or where you have separation requirements between uses. I don't see an issue with it.
Here's
but I'll
what
let
my
Amber weigh in.
concern is, that we've already gotten one state mandate where you can't regulate gardens within your residency. Is this gonna wind up being the next if we do this? That's my concern.
This is commercial.
I understand, but, you know, limiting it to 25, I mean, I think it's a brilliant idea, Commissioner, don't get me wrong. I think it's a great way to get around the 5 acre and 10 acre issue. But I just worry about singling out that individual type of commercial use, and where will that play a role legally?
I'm not sure I see a legal, excuse me, issue with it if it's done right. I mean, I hear what you're saying about potential preemption, which is more of a policy point.
Yeah, probably nothing we can do, but yeah. So you don't think we'd have a problem with it?
There's nothing I can think of. I mean, we can look into that for you, but I know we're here at second reading.
But I think that we're making enough, if what
sounds
I
like to me it's
hear
gonna come back
here, it
again.
may be a major change, and we may have to bring it up for a second reading, so.
Just third reading, or a continuation of second reading.
You know what I mean. Okay, my next question is that, because you know, I have a huge concern about going from 5 to 10 acres. We keep pulling away our commercial properties. I don't know how we're ever gonna diversify. You know, especially large tax revenues. Is there a way that a qualifier to be deemed an urban market garden could be that it does not have, the land does not have an exemption on it?
No, that process is done through the property appraiser's office, and our local regulations cannot preempt their processes that are outlined in Florida statutes.
Okay, so let me ask you about their processes. Doesn't it have to be a residential? No, it doesn't have to be zoned residential. It could be zoned commercial.
Yes. They go on how the property is being used, as long as the commercial operations are allowed.
And so a 5 acre garden would then be considered ag, and they get a reduction in their taxes, which essentially equates to a house. It's a huge reduction.
Yeah, I want to say the average was around 28% for this type of agricultural use.
Okay, so with that said, then, let's go into the point about, you know, my biggest heartburn in all the changes in this is honestly, the requirement for the site review, the major site and design plan and review. I think it's nonsense. It's a garden. Now, with that said, I'm gonna give you some lenience here. With that said, I understand that you need, for safety reasons, you need to know where the parking is If there's a structure placed on it, then yes, there should be a site plan.
Also, maybe to solve the other issue, if there isn't a structure, maybe it could go through the infrastructure review plan, which is much cheaper.
See, that's where I'm going with this, is that maybe we need to put options, because some people may not want a structure, and they may just want to put up, you know, I got news for you, Detweilers literally started with 4 2x4s, a wooden frame, and palm fronds, and that's how they started. So maybe someone wants to put that up, it's temporary, they take it down at night, they put it up in the day, they take it down at night. Maybe that's how they want to do it.
The other reason, and this just jogged back in my memory, that we put the major site development on there with the buildings is because once they've been there a year and they qualify for that assessment, they can now put up buildings without building permits. And so we have no review of those in
If they
terms of.
qualify for the ag?
Yes.
Well, they're not going to qualify for the ag, it's under 3 acres.
That's not, size is not a limitation. If they can prove that it's a bona fide agricultural purpose, they would qualify for that. And then we're preempted from requiring building permits for farm buildings, fences, or signs. So they could put up a building in the middle of your activity center with no design regulations once they've been there.
Okay, so, okay, so say they don't have a building, and we manipulate this where it says that if you don't have a building, then a general design plan is all we need, and that it's really about parking, egress, and,
Stormwater.
no, egress and in and out.
Landscaping.
Thank you,
yeah.
in and out. Landscaping.
Lighting.
No lighting. I don't know where this lighting's coming from. Why do you need lighting? They're not even gonna be open at night, right?
Well, yeah.
Well, it
Our
depends
code
on-
requires lighting over
You know what I
paved
mean?
surfaces that pedestrians are gonna be on, so.
I wouldn't want lighting in my garden, but anyways, so point being is that, is lighting required? Let me get to that real quick.
Over paved spaces, yes. It varies the
Paved,
intensity.
paved,
If there's pedestrian spaces, so like a parking lot would be required to be lighted.
Now see, that's, oh my gosh. No one else has an ordinance that we couldn't have used as a template?
For this particular use, this is a combination of a few different ordinances, picking and choosing the best parts of them. There wasn't one that really fit here because, again, I go back to where most places doing this are urban infill. There's not a lot of suburban communities that are doing this use.
No, they're putting it up in their front yard instead. Okay, so back to this major site and review. What my point was is if they didn't build anything in that first year, and we say that they don't need a major site and review, second year comes, they can build their building. But nothing prevents us from doing that right now, right? I mean, like, for instance, if we do a major site and review, and the second year comes and they want to build a larger building, take down the little tiny structure, we can't stop that either.
Nope.
Okay. So we're really not, there's no, either way, it's not going to help us.
Once they're there a year, they fall under the protections of state law.
Okay, so we'll move on to
City
Commissioner.
manager, were you looking to say something?
No, I was just going to say that
Okay.
it basically provides you a year's worth of
What was that?
protection. It gives you a year's worth of protection, that's it.
And we'll move on to Commissioner McDowell. I can
Oh,
come
yeah,
back to you
yeah,
for
yeah.
follow-up. Commissioner McDowell, you have 3
Yeah, I
minutes
was
for your
just
follow-up.
going to try and get some consensuses under our belt if there was no other questions or comments.
Well, let me go to Commissioner Carousel. She still has a 3-minute follow-up if she still needs.
The setbacks, we can make it so that the setbacks on acreage is either minimal or a lot less than 10 foot. Because here's what the problem is, like, I think it was Commissioner McDowell had stated that, you know, you have a 3 acre parcel, you put the 10 feet setbacks, then you have the parking space, and then you have these lights that I don't want that I have to put up, and then you have a buffer that I don't want to put up. So you add that all in, and then you've got like a 2-foot by 2-foot garden, you know, that you're supposed to only sell to, you know, major areas. You can't sell them on the property and this, that, and the other thing. So
Your buffer can be within your setback, provided there's no easements. So you can overlay those two.
Okay.
If needed, again, as long as there's no easements. We can certainly amend this to be smaller, but I would just remind that a lot of these do abut residential, and so we do want to make sure we maintain.
well, can't we put it so that if there's a residential area adjacent, then it's required 10-foot setback, but if not, then it could be the usual, I don't know, 4 feet. I'm good with 4 feet.
I think for most of your activity centers, if I'm remembering off the top of my head, I think it's 0 for your side setbacks.
Correct,
activity
for the
centers.
activity centers, yes. But I thought we were talking neighborhood commercial.
It's in both.
Right,
We're dealing
but
with
neighborhood commercial, some of them don't actually have neighbors next to them.
So if they're an interior parcel, I think they all do at some point on the perimeter. I don't think there's any that are completely enclosed.
Overall, yes, but say that someone went and purchased a smaller portion of that, that's actually, you get what
They
I'm saying
subdivided
now?
it further. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
So, I mean, I'm okay with a buffer that sits next to a neighborhood, but if it doesn't sit next to a neighborhood, then I don't believe that a setback buffer of 10 foot is really required. I guess that's a good compromise, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm still kind of stuck on that whole major site review, that I don't even know if I can
Sure, Luke,
support
you
that.
had a couple of consensuses you wanted to get, or at least one I know of.
Yes, if Vice Mayor wants to give the consensus that she has, I'll just make sure the one that I'm concerned about is in that consensus. Personally, myself, I would like to see this come back as,
Well, I think it's going to now.
yeah, gonna have to, so we can review one more time, but I'll pass it and just make sure she has my
Commissioner McDowell.
concerns within it.
So I'll let you do yours that you brought up, since you know the language that you wanted to say. So my first one is on line 248, the definition of the urban market. Mayor, if I could get a consensus for the definition to read: an area of land managed and maintained by an individual, group of individuals, private enterprise, or organization, growing and harvesting food crops such as vegetables, fruit, and herbs, and/or non-food ornamental crops such as flowers for commercial sale to an end user.
Oh, I
Urban
can't-
market gardens may also include plant nursery sales, and then the rest of it that starts with urban market gardens may divide it into separate. The rest of it is the way that it's already presented.
Okay, one more time, because I can't write that fast.
An area, all I'm doing is basically adding after a group of individuals. It's private enterprise or organization. And then instead of consumers and restaurants, on line 250, it says end user, for sale to an end user.
I'm
You
in
could also
agreement.
just eliminate that and just say for commercial sale.
Yep,
We could do that too, yeah.
that's what I would do.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Commercial
Yep.
sale?
Yep.
And then
And
just.
then adding the urban market gardens may also include plant nursery sales.
Can I ask what the purpose of including that is? I didn't quite follow. when we
Plant
were
nursery
going through the
sales is plants, shrubs, flowers, tools, other commodities, accessories, propagation to the growth of plants.
Right, but they are two separate uses within the code, so the plant nurseries are allowed, and I'm not sure if they're all in all of these same zoning districts. I worry about combining the two. You can combine the two, like if they're coming in for a site plan, you can put an urban market garden and a plant nursery on the same parcel. So you could have both components there.
Yeah, but they gotta pay double.
No?
They wouldn't have to do
No.
2 site reviews and 2.
We do site plans all the time that have multiple uses on them.
On the record that they can come in and do both on that same property, so then I'm fine with it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, an example, Cocoa Plum. How many different uses are on that parcel? And that's one site plan. You've got restaurants, you've got shops, you've got offices, all within one.
Okay.
Commissioner Luke?
So I don't know if the
You wanna go ahead and say
consensus
it
on
again?
this is clear. Do you want me to?
Go ahead, just
state-
read
okay.
it one more time, just for good measure.
An area of land managed and maintained by an individual group of individuals, private enterprise, or organization, so adding the words private enterprise or organization, growing and harvesting food crops such as vegetables, fruits, herbs, and/or non-food ornamental crops such as flowers for commercial sale, period. And then the rest is the same.
I'm good with that.
Commissioner Luke?
On line 116,
Yeah.
in those
Are
areas
you
that
okay
are...
with that consensus for the
Yes, I am.
definition?
Oh, is that what you're...
That's what I was
okay,
doing.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Emmerich? Yes. Okay, we have a consensus.
All right, and then I have just 2 more for me. Adding an exempt,
nervous when you
Yeah,
make
it
that
really
face and then
does.
do that whisper talk
Yep.
like that. Is there a problem?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know what a private enterprise means. It's not
I don't know,
defined
it's
in
in
the
the whereas
ordinance.
clause. Go to
You
line
put
25.
it there.
Go to line 25. I'm sorry, it's on line 26 in that whereas clause.
I see that, but in the definition, I don't know what that means. So what is it you're seeking, this way we can write the definition?
I think it's
To capture it.
corporation, LLCs, a business.
Like a business, you mean business entities? That's what I would say.
I'll be perfectly honest, I saw it in the whereas clause and then went, well, it's not captured in the definition. So I just put it in the definition because it was in the whereas clause.
Okay.
We might be better off saying like maybe business, since that's
Yeah,
defined in
I
our
think
code.
so.
I would say.
My only hesitation, and that's just because we had a conversation about it this morning, is I don't know that that includes nonprofits, because our definition for business says,
Says organization.
everything conducted for livelihood or profit.
Yeah, but an organization would be nonprofit, the commissioners.
Okay, then yeah, then you're covered there.
Organization. So you want to change that word to organization within your
No.
consensus?
It says, so city attorney, are you wanting me to change private enterprise?
And the definition? Yes, ma'am, that doesn't have any specific meaning.
Whereas clause.
Well, the whereas clause is up to you. I mean, the whereas clause is more kind of general to talk about the purpose of the, of the ordinance. So if you want to make it clearer there, that's fine with me, but the definition really gets to what we're doing in the ordinance. That's where I have a legal concern.
So it'll be a group of individuals, businesses, or organizations growing and harvesting food crops such as vegetables, blah, blah, blah.
A group of individuals, a business, comma, a business, not a bunch of businesses, right?
A business
Okay.
or organization.
All right,
So private enterprise is going to get changed to a business.
yeah. All right,
I
this
just didn't want a
definition.
co-op.
All right.
All right,
So
and then,
we have a consensus on that, okay?
Yes.
Commissioner
so
McDowell?
then on line, I think it was 165 is where it was suggested to add the exemption for a buffer wall in neighborhood commercial as long as there's some type of buffering between the incompatible land uses.
Yeah.
Do I have a consensus for that, Commissioner Luke? Commissioner Carasone?
If there's no, yeah,
Okay, Commissioner
Okay.
Emmerich? Yes. Okay, you
that
have a
was
consensus.
165?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, okay.
And then, sorry, I think it was, I'll let Commissioner Luke do that 10 acres up to 25 acres thing because that was her brilliant idea, even though I touched on keeping the acreage higher than the 3 and 6, so I'll let her do that.
Commissioner McDowell's done.
I did not write it out the way that I would have stated. I just come up with the idea utilizing these areas, these commercial areas that you have named. Instead of having the 3 and the 6, I would just make it 10 and then limiting urban garden for urban market gardens to 25 acres total within the city.
Okay, yes.
Well, you have to change your comp plan.
Or why?
Why?
Because we're kind of creating a 25-acre limit within the city, and it's kind of part of the, maybe a future land use, or?
No, I think it can be accomplished through the zoning regulations.
Okay.
Mr. Emmett? Okay, there's your consensus. Is that it, Commissioner Litt?
It is on mine, but Commissioner Carazone brought something up about that design plan being, if they didn't have a building, then it was that infrastructure design plan that Nicole was talking about, which is a cheaper cost to it. I think that's a brilliant idea.
What was that other, instead of the MOS, you said we could use it as an industrial, I think you said?
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure.
Do we know what line that would go in?
Line
Even though I said it.
number
I think it's in the 100.
153, 152.
There you go.
Urban market gardens are subject to the development regulations of Chapter 33, Article 2, major site review of the city's ULDC, and that's probably where that would change.
And you could put an exception if there are no building structures.
So, Ms. Luke, you want to make a concise consent, or get a concise consent so we know exactly what you're looking for?
On line 151, adding an exception that if this urban market garden does not have structure, that we could utilize the infrastructure design plan. Thank you.
Yes.
Carazone?
Oh, yeah.
Emmerich?
Yeah, that's why I had my button
Okay.
pushed to speak. I was wanting to make sure that that got covered. So,
Yep, sure.
yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
there's your consensus. Is that it, Ms. Luke?
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Okay, Ms. McDowell?
I will make a motion to continue ordinance number 2019-11 to the, let me get the date, hold on. Bear with me, sorry. City Attorney, are you going to be able to do these by the, on October 22nd meeting? These seem like relatively simple changes.
October 22nd should be.
Famous last words.
October 22nd?
Yeah, October 8th would have given me heartburn, but I think you do October 22nd.
There you go.
Okay, so I'll make a motion, I'll give you just a little extra leeway. I'll make a motion to continue ordinance number 2019-11 for another second reading to be completed before November 7th's commission meeting, incorporating the consensuses that were given tonight.
The 7th or the 22nd?
I'm
Get
giving them
it.
an extra week,
Yep. Second.
So you're saying November 7th?
November
Oh,
7th.
okay.
So we have a motion on the floor by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Carazone. Vice Mayor, do you have anything to that?
Nope, I appreciate all the consensuses that we've got. I appreciate the hard work of the board and getting this and getting it done.
All right, Commissioner Carazone, do you have anything?
I think it's a fair compromise. I think that, the concern of mine was the 10 acres and the removal of those and possibility of removal. I think that we worked out something that hopefully people will be happy with. See?
All right. No other speakers to that? Let's take the vote. And that passes unanimously. Move on, general business. Item 190941. City Manager, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. This was requested at an earlier meeting that on July 17th, that we bring you back some of the actual costs related to the Family Service Center and look at the actual rental charges that we are charging for the tenants in the Family Service Center. With that, we provided you with some backup that shows you what we currently charge, what some other agencies around here charge, as well as what our actual costs are with and without depreciation. and we're looking for direction on what you would like us to do.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Luke, you have 8 minutes?
I appreciate staff bringing this forward, looking through things. Actually, they brought in some things that were lower than the figures that I brought in. But I believe the commission has received the spreadsheet over the last 3 years of what it has run in 2016, 17, and 18. And one of them went up to $8.84 with the depreciation and stuff within it. So I don't want us to be holding the bill for another entity, but I don't want to gouge them. So I think setting a $9 square foot covers what has been going on, and then this can be reevaluated, as we progress. But I think it's only fair. The nonprofits they care for the citizens in a way that we can't as a government. And so I don't like making money off of them. And I think it's unfair and unjust. But having that $9 a square foot, I think is just. It allows for break or anything also too, but covers it. There would be within the budget a deficit, but I think it's only about $40,000, and we can pick that up easy enough within the reserve or any other savings. So I'm not worried about that $40,000, that variance that would be within the budget this year that was just approved. So that is what I'm leaning toward and why I see it this way. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner McDowell, you have 8 minutes. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I understand that the $14, I don't know where that number came from to begin with. And I do recognize that it's a little bit high based on the costs of using the family service building. If I remember correctly, those leases are up like every 10 years. So the next set of leases aren't going to be up until like 2022, 2025, I think, around there.
I'd have to look at each one. They all vary, I believe, but that is, depending on what you all decide to do with the rate, will come the follow-up question of what you want to do with the leases.
Right, because I'm looking at the proposed sheet, and I think the earliest one is in 2022, and then it goes to 23, 24, and then 25 and 26. So personally, I think it should go up to 10 because of the length of the lease. That way then we're not changing it if there's an exponential cost increase in the expenses that we shell out. And I don't think it should take effect this fiscal year. This budget's already done. So everything is already set for this year. This will give us another year to work how we're going to recoup the loss in income. It'll also give staff time to come up with the new leases so that we can start them all like October 1st of 2020. That would be my suggestion. That's where I'm leaning towards this. To try and do something and changing it now puts us as a city in a different position, having to hit the reserves that are already kind of tapped out. And I think this will give staff time to change those leases. So that's where I'm at.
City Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to clarify something. These leases don't last for 5 or 10 years. They're each one-year leases, but they automatically renew for a maximum of 5 terms unless they're terminated.
In the I'm sorry, City Attorney, I was just going by the column that says expiration date.
Yeah, I understand that. I didn't draft that document. I'm telling you the leases are one-year leases, but they automatically renew for up to 5 terms. So I'm probably that's what that means in that particular document. They're not 5-year leases or 10-year leases. They're one-year leases.
That is what that column means. That's when all of the renewals run out, is what that column meant. Expiration of the entire agreement.
And I thought that's meant when the lease expires. So I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. So I stick by then October 1st next year.
Commissioner Luke, you have a follow-up? 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm glad she said that because I guess I didn't make it clear that I am for adjusting these contracts. I think there needs to be a date put in place where it is changed, and if it was at the turn of it, I mean, that's one thing, but I don't want to make money off of these nonprofits. I don't. I don't want to wait any longer than it would take to straighten out the contracts and to put them in place. Personally, myself, I'd like to see a goal of January 1st. And you open these contracts up and redo them for these entities. That is why I brought up about the deficit that there would be in the budget this year and that it would be made up through other means. But I'm for doing this and doing it as quickly as possible for the nonprofits.
I appreciate what Vice Mayor said about, because we do have the budget set. I don't know, it's kind of hard if we wait until the next budget cycle, maybe. I don't know when the renewals come up, if that is a time that you would do it when one gets renewed, well, then it starts over. I don't know, maybe that's not fair enough for the board. To me, it is, because you have a contract and it's yearly. We are doing this, for them. So maybe that's the time to do it is once their individual leases come due each year, then it drops down to that $9. So that's kind of the way I was thinking about it.
That's a compromise I could agree to.
Commissioner McDowell, you have 3 minutes for Joy.
Yeah, I can see doing it when their lease comes due, because it is staggered. I'm looking at the effective date, so if it's like 10/1/17, that means it'll be 10/1/20. I don't think $9 is a fair amount, because if these are automatically renewed every year, we may run into where it's costing us more than what we're bringing in, and we have to be cognizant of that. So I think $10 would give us a little bit of a leeway to look at things every couple of years instead of every 6 months or every time a new lease comes up. I think that it'd give us a little bit more time, but I can agree with what Mayor said as far as a compromise when the lease comes up. So, but I couldn't go with the $9 because it's just, I don't think going to be enough with the cost of inflation and the cost of things keep going up. And City Manager, how would this affect the fund balances? Because it sounds like that's where the money would have to come from, is out of the fund balance, and how will that affect it?
Ultimately, like any other decision the commission makes, the budget for the general fund, because all these go into the general fund, was predicated on the amount of revenue that we would receive from all of these based on the agreements that were in effect. If you lower that, that means that we have less revenue coming in. If you were to lower it to $9, just don't hold me to the penny, but you'd lose approximately $32,000 of revenue for a fiscal year.
Any fiscal year.
So if it were to lower on 10/1 for all of them for this upcoming fiscal year, that means we bring in about $32,000 less in revenue than what we budgeted for.
Yeah, I'd like to see it come net neutral, minimum. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Carson.
Where's that $32,000 go towards? It just sits in the general fund balance, or does it go to support social services?
It goes to offset the costs in the general fund as a whole. The general fund, it's no revenue source in the general fund is specific for one thing. It's like taxes go to cover, I could make the argument taxes go to cover police.
I gotcha. I'm just trying to, would it be better if it went towards social services independently?
I can make the argument that it already does, because we pay more in social services than we receive in revenue.
I get that, but I'm just wondering, here's the problem, okay? Everybody, we're talking about reducing the rental rate, and then we're gonna be negative 32,000 as to what we bring in currently. And what we bring in currently still isn't enough to support social services and the stuff that they do for the community. So my point is, we're going to reduce it, bring in less, but yet the only thing we're gonna do is have to keep putting more over on this end. And as far as I'm concerned, if the 32,000, which I know is justified by doing my research, then we need to just leave it alone. That's the way I'm looking at it. Instead of worrying about it being dumped into the general fund here and then worrying, I mean, we can always come back and negotiate those leases individually, and if we find that there's a specific cause or a specific type of nonprofit that provides more to our community, that we can say there is an absolute monetary value connected to this nonprofit, so that should be reduced, if that makes any sense, you know.
I understand what you're saying. I have no idea how we would do that.
Quantify that.
But it'd be it'd be by an individual basis. So say that the city had a direct partnership with, in the past, it was Scope. We had a direct partnership with Scope, who in turn created, Northport ASAP, DeFi, Tobacco Free Florida, all underneath the health department. And because we had that essential partnership, we gave them a room for free, but that all came through the commission. So, I mean, I don't know why you couldn't turn around and say, okay, these guys are direct partners of ours, we can give them a 10% discount.
Each one of these individual agreements, commission can do whatever they want with them. If you wanted to, I mean, realistically, you have 15 different areas. Right now, I think you have 13 tenants in those 15 areas. If the commission decided, I mean, we charged $14, it was done based on what the commercial rates were back in the year that these were originally put in place. We can go all night whether we agree with that $14 or not. That's not the point of the conversation. It is, that's what we're bringing in right now. If, just like you can change it to $9, you can change it to $3, you can make it $0. You can do what you want for any single one of these. My only statement is any change you make has an impact on the general fund revenue.
I'm done.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah. I love the conversation because we definitely recognize there is a need and an equity on each one of these nonprofits. But to sit there and say, this nonprofit does more for the community than that nonprofit, how do you quantify that? Because maybe what I think is a better need and fit for the community, another commissioner may not. So I think having a straight dollar amount is the fair way to go on it. Hearing Commissioner Carasone say about the $14 and maybe just stick with it because of the costs of the building, and these leases are already in place. They chose to lease here. They signed the agreement. That says something too. So I'm kind of leaning towards just leaving it alone. They signed it. There's other places they can go if they feel that $14 is too much. If we were to change it, I would, and make it a lower amount, again, I stick with the $10, but not until after this next fiscal year. Because this year it's already done, and I don't want to cause harm to the budget that's already been approved and reduce the reserves even more.
Well, Vice Mayor, I would, in my agenda briefing, that was exactly what I was saying was, we have these agreements. This is what they agreed to. I was trying to find a compromise with what was being discussed out there. I would actually rather just keep it the way it is. And that would be my direction. Okay, well, there's nobody else to speak, so let's take a motion. Oh, well, I guess if we're not leaving, if we're leaving it the same, we don't need a motion, right? Or do we need a motion to direct you?
If you want us to do anything, I need a motion. If you
All
don't
right.
want us to do anything, you guys can, as far as I know, move on.
Without a motion, I'm going to state that I am in disagreement of keeping it at the $14. I don't think, we're making money it was $3 and something is what the actual cost was. With the depreciation, it went up to $8.13. Charging them $9 to $10, you're still getting over than what you have to pay in order to keep up with the building and everything else. So you're making, what, $6 off of these nonprofits per square foot that's taking care of your citizens and doing something that we can't as a city do. It was built for the purpose of putting the social service type entities in that building. They're there paying, the next highest place is $8.50 a square foot. There are businesses that don't even pay 14 square foot, and we're charging the nonprofits that provide to our citizens a $14 per square foot. I have to go on record to state that I cannot agree with keeping it at the $14 a square foot.
A motion that what you'd like to see happen. See how it flies.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion. Move to lower the rent at the Community Service Center, whatever the name of it is, Family Service Center. The rental charges be $9.50 a square foot. And that it would become effective at the point that their lease has to be renewed in this coming year. So we just approved some of them, and that's the end of the motion. We just approved some, I believe, within this meeting during the consensus, which means they have an entire year before theirs would be going to that $9.50.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'm going to second it for discussion because I'm going to ask
Okay.
a question. Not discussion, I just have a
Okay.
question. Well, go ahead with the motion.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Loop, seconded by Vice Mayor Carusone. Commissioner Luke, you kind of said what you wanted to towards
The only
it.
reason I said $9.50 was because people think that they're not making money to cover it, and that's exactly what staff did, was figured out how much it takes to cover all of it. So by putting that little push, everything that we do within the city needs to be examined upon a yearly calendar to make sure you're making money or you're not making money. That is a business 101. You make sure you're receiving what you need to. So each year they should be looking at it to make sure their calculations are correct. If something needs to be addressed in the future, you do. But this is giving, because of hearing what the discussion, this is giving that little bit of cush for those contracts going out into the future. That's the only reason I said $9.50.
Thank you. And I do remember the city manager said we were losing $31,000 on that.
That's what my question was.
Right.
City manager, do you have the calculation that if we do it at $9.50 a square foot, what would be our deficit then?
And
It's not that it's a deficit, it's
Should
just that the
rephrase that,
budget, and you have over 1.2 million still left in the reserves
Let me
after the
let
budget.
the city manager.
let me clarify the semantics of what I said. We would bring in at $9.50 a square foot, $29,000 approximately, less than what we budgeted to bring in. It's not less than what it's costing us to operate and maintain that building. As Commissioner Luke is correct, our costs show that it's, without depreciation, costing us a little more than $3 a square foot to operate that building. Throwing in the depreciation, which would cover any major repairs to the building and everything, now it's up to a little more than $8 a square foot. So at $9.50, we are covering the cost for that building, plus a little extra. What we aren't covering is what we put in the budget. So
I got you.
see
Now
if
that makes more
that makes
sense.
it a
I
little
thought-
more clear. I apologize if it wasn't quite clear the first time. What I was stating is the budget, what you actually budgeted, what a change brings in, that budget to actual, not what the cost of the building is.
I thought you were saying we were at a $31,000 deficit.
The general fund as a whole.
Now I feel a little
bringing
better
less
about
money.
what you're saying, because I do want to be as close to net neutral as possible, but it.
But you're
but if it-
making money, even
Well,
on the 950.
I understand, but if we were losing 31,000, put us back at 14 would put us closer to net neutral, the way I was thinking.
Correct, and I apologize. I'm glad we had the opportunity to clear that up.
All right, so.
Can I get my question?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I thought you did.
Okay, so it's 29,000 less the budget, right? And then, do we estimate the, future capital improvements or the need for expansion? Or even, do they pay towards, the social service department for their, because they are almost essentially the building manager? So did we equate any of that? Because they don't ever call the city or the building department, they call Janet to say, I need X, Y, and Z, who then turns around, and so she's essentially the building manager too.
That
So-
actually is in her job description.
Right, so do we allocate those costs and then determine if all those have been calculated in, and where do we fall?
Yes, at 950, we would still be on the good side.
Okay, that's what I needed to know.
Okay.
All right.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner Carrasone. Oh, Commissioner McDowell, I'm sorry.
So I'm looking at the effective date, and some of these, like Commissioner Luke said, have already been approved, so they would not take effect until next year. So they go ahead.
That was going to be my follow-up question to you, because you have, all of these are in effect today. As of right now, every single one of these agreements is in effect. Some of them would renew automatically in a week,
Yeah,
because it's 10/1.
that's where I was
So
going.
the follow-up question from me to you all was going to be, when do you want us to bring you back new agreements with the new rate? Because the farthest one from renewing is, just real quick looking at it, the one for Loveland Center that was just recently done on 8/1. Everybody else would be somewhere, I mean, like I say, some of them, I can guarantee you, we can't get you a new agreement in front of you by 10/1. But that's going to be the direction we will need from you, is when do you want us to put the 950 a square foot? If that passes, when do you want new agreements?
Okay, and I heard in the motion that it would take effect upon, effective with their lease renewal. If I could make an amendment to the motion, Mayor, to make it effective with the lease renewal that happens in 2020.
For the 2020 budget, or
For-
2021 budget?
Well, it's fiscal year
2021.
fiscal year 2021. So not this new renewal cycle, but the next renewal cycle.
Not this year's budget, but next year's
Next
budget.
October.
Yeah, next October.
Okay,
It's-
I just wanted it
The
clear.
ones that start after 10/1/2020 is what you're saying. I just want to be clear,
So when,
because
so when a lease comes up for renewal, if it's any time in fiscal year 1920, it's not going to be renewed at these new rates, but next fiscal year 2021 is when we will start seeing those renewal contracts coming back.
Next October.
Fiscal year 2021.
Do I have a second for this?
I'm going to second that, and maybe I can clarify that.
Yes, what is there to clarify?
The
All right.
clarification is that the leases are placed all over the year.
Exactly.
So it's not all done October 1st. So
Right.
there will have to be some pro rata done, where some of them have been put in place in the middle of the year, and you may have, if it
You have-
takes effect October 1st, you may have to do a rational.
Manager.
you have a couple options there.
Thank you.
One, yes, it would, you could either A, go with the rolling renewal rate that you basically have all of these renew on whatever date they renew on, anywhere from 10/1 to August 1. Or you could sit here and ask for us to bring them all back 10/1 of next year. That's, I'll just need to know which way you all want to go.
So with my amendment, Mayor, it was to have it be renewed on the renewal date, starting in fiscal year 2021. So if that was the end of the amendment. So for example, if their renewal date is 10/25, we won't see that until 10/25 of 2020. If their renewal date is August 1st, we won't see that then until August 1st, 2021.
That's
I
not
understand
how I
that's what you said, I
understood it,
just, like I say, I'm hearing both differing of opinions among,
Their
so.
effective date is staying the same, but when they come up for renewal in the fiscal year 2021 is when they're going to get these new $9.50 charges.
Thank you for clarifying.
Commissioner Luke.
Again, I can't agree with the amendment. To me, it should be changed upon their renewal, the way I had stated it in the motion. It's spread across throughout the year. It's not all at one point in time, but that means you're collecting that $6 a square foot or whatever on top of what they're paying for an entire year. You're making money off of them. So I can't go with the amendment. If it were staying the same as the motion, then I can agree to it, but no, can't make money off of them.
Thank you. So we have an amendment on the floor. Let's call the vote. And that fails 3-2, well, 2-3, with myself, Commissioner Hanks, Commissioner Luke, and Commissioner Emmerich dissenting. On to the main motion without the amendment.
The main motion meaning it's automatic.
It's automatic, yeah, with its, as it hits. Immediately. It begins hitting it immediately as it
Yeah, when they renew.
renews.
I'm just trying to think of where we're at in the year, who comes up next and all that. Okay.
First one would be Big Brothers and Big Sisters and Spark.
But then in the same token, that means that 30,000 is gonna have to come out of our general fund of the budget that we literally just got done trying to suck and gut. And so how is that fair?
It's not coming out of it, you're just not having the input into it.
Right. All right, so that passes 3-2 with Commissioner McDowell and Commissioner Carasone dissenting. Commissioner Dow, do you have a reason, or
Yeah,
are you good?
I appreciated the effort of the $950. It was a great compromise. I just cannot take any more money out of the reserves this fiscal year.
Okay.
I can be clear on that. Those are all going to take effect on their next renewal date, which some of them is next week.
Right.
So we'll
Yes.
be getting you new agreements as quickly as possible.
Okay, Commissioner Carasone?
I agree with Commissioner McDowell. I mean, we just got done having a serious discussion about taxes. And granted, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, maybe 30,000 doesn't seem like a lot, but it goes back to the whole robbing Peter to pay Paul. I mean, what did we do? We saved all that so that we can turn around and pull more money out. I can't even do that.
Yeah, again, we're not pulling it out, it's just not going in. Okay, with that, we're going to take a 10, yes,
Can I
sir.
ask a real quick question? How do you want to deal with the one that we literally just approved tonight?
It's got a year, I guess.
Is it a year at the $14, or are we going to the $950 effect? Because I would have to go back and find out when that agreement becomes effective. If it's effective 10/1, I know what to do. If it's effective tonight,
Well, I think you needed to find that out.
all right, we can address that when we come back after your break.
All right, thank you. 10 minutes, and then we'll be back promptly.
With a median age of 43, the city of Northport is known for its youthful mindset. They say that age is just a number in Northport, and that is evident inside this city's vibrant parks and recreational facilities. With more than 70,000 residents, this community boasts a variety of events, programs, and activities designed to engage, enlighten, and entertain all age groups. Many of these programs are brought to you by the city's Parks and Recreation Department. The Parks and Recreation Department offers 26 parks and facilities spread throughout more than 450 acres. This includes 10 neighborhood parks, 7 community parks, 8 special use parks, and 2 sports facilities. This vibrant park system features a dog park, an interpretive garden with a boundless playground, nature areas, 12 playgrounds, pavilion rentals, basketball courts, tennis courts, outdoor pickleball courts, canoe and kayak launches, and so much more. Parks and Recreation also oversees the operations of 2 full-service community centers, the George Mullen Activity Center and the Morgan Family Community Center, and provide facility rentals, fitness center program, an Adopt a Park program, tree bench and paver dedication program, opportunities for donations and sponsorships, and youth scholarships. Formed in October 2018, the Parks and Recreation Department, which was formerly a division, consists of 30 employees with a variety of functions, from planning programs and events to maintaining park grounds and aesthetics to conducting outreach efforts to attract more visitors. In 2019, the department will open a new Northport Aquatic Center and expand its operations with a huge splash of new programs and activities. Events and programs are the cornerstone of the Parks and Recreation Department services. The city offers a growing number of recreational programs, from group exercise to sports and summer camp. Many Parks and Recreation staff teach sessions, and the department also contracts with outside vendors to offer even more instructional classes to meet the needs of the community. Parks and Recreation's events are a family tradition for Northport households, including the city's signature Poinsettia Parade and Festival, the Freedom Festival, Eggnormous Egg Hunt, Flashlight Egg Hunt, and Trick or Treat at City Hall. To encourage time spent together, the department also offers a Grandparents' Day ice cream social, a Sweetheart Ball, and a Mother and Son Night. Cultural events are also an important part of the city's calendar and include concerts in the park and an annual Arts on the Green. For a full listing of Parks and Recreation's activities, visit the department's full calendar at cityofnorthport.com/parks and recreation. Inside the city's 2 community centers are fitness centers. In fact, the department has more than 1,400 active fitness members, including 700 DeFi memberships for local teens who pledge to remain drug-free. All the City of Northport's employees receive a complimentary annual fitness membership at no cost, and enrollment is available through employee orientation. Fitness members receive access to 2 fitness centers with a variety of cardio equipment, free weights, plate-loaded equipment, and daily use locker rooms. Members also receive a discount on pavilion and room rentals and a free fitness center orientation. As it relates to ecotourism, outdoor enthusiasts can find sanctum inside this 104.3 square mile community. Visitors enjoy canoeing and kayaking, cycling, hiking, bird watching, and other outdoor activities in Northport. In fact, Northport is the only municipality in the state of Florida with a full state forest within its boundaries, the 8,000-acre Myakka State Forest. The city is also home to War Mineral Springs Park and a rich archaeological history. Parks and Recreation works with an outside management company to provide the daily operations at War Mineral Springs Park. This natural Florida spring maintains 85 to 87 degrees year-round and reportedly contains 51 different minerals, which makes it one of the highest mineral content springs in North America. Visitors come from all over the world to soak in the mineral-dense waters. But the real story of War Mineral Springs Park is what lies beneath the water's surface. Evidence of prehistoric hunters and the remains of a saber-toothed tiger, a mammoth, and artifacts that date back more than 10,000 years have been pulled from the estimated 230-foot depths of the springs. It seems as though people and animals have been visiting War Mineral Springs for centuries. We hope you will too. The Parks and Recreation Department also is home to a robust capital improvement program. Currently, this includes the addition of a 1-mile trail along the Myakkahatchee Creek Greenway, a Boundless Adventures playground, development of a disc golf course, a playground replacement and parking lot expansion at Blue Ridge Park, construction of the Northport Aquatic Center, and development of a Warm Mineral Springs Park master plan. In 2019, additional projects include design services of a new community center at Atwater Park, adding playground equipment next to the new aquatic center at Butler Park, and adding additional park enhancements, including picnic tables and benches at various parks and a shade cover at the Atwater Splash Pad. Northport prides itself on providing plenty of opportunities for play. Deemed a Playful City USA for 8 consecutive years, Northport is home to a robust parks and recreation system. We are thrilled to have you as part of the City of Northport's overall team and hope you will enjoy playing and working with us.
Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager for the City of Northport. We're here today to talk about 3 recycling tips. The first one is plastic bags. Now, plastic bags are not accepted within our recycling program. Plastic bags are not accepted within our recycling program. So let's talk about some of the plastic bags. Grocery bags, okay, they're very important. We see them inside the blue lid container quite often. They need to be returned back to the grocery stores. And that would be your Publix, your Walmarts, your Targets. Please return them back there. Do not place recyclable items inside these bags. Tie them and place them in the blue lid tote. If it goes down to the processor, it is called contaminant. It's contaminated and they will not accept it. So please, keep the grocery bags outside. Now remember, it's not just grocery bags. Okay, we're talking about bread bags, lunch bags, big plastic garbage bags that fill the recyclables. And we have one right here to show you. And I'll go ahead and show you. This is what we find out there. This right here is contaminated. All this clean recyclable is contaminated because it's inside a plastic bag. Plastic bags are not accepted within our recycling program. Plastic bags are not accepted within our recycling program. So thank you very much for watching this video. Please, if you have any questions about recyclable materials or how to recycle, place it in the comment below and we will try to get to you in a future video. Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager for the City of Northport, back here again today with you for Let's Recycle Right Northport. So, a couple of things. We have an aluminum can and a straw. Now the aluminum can right here, 500 million are consumed each day. This is the most valuable recycling item you can see out there in the world today. Let's talk about the plastic straw, okay? The plastic straw, 500 million are used each day. This is not a recyclable item right here in Northport. That's right. Even though it's plastic, don't let it fool you. Just because it's plastic, it is not a recyclable material right here inside our program. Now the aluminum can, yes, that is a recyclable item right here in Northport. And Lana, thank you very much for your comment and question. And the question was about plastic bags, water bags, salt bags. These are not a recyclable item right here in Northport. These belong in your trash, please. They belong in the trash, they do not belong in the blue lid container. Bleach bottles, that's right, bleach bottles are a recyclable material right here in Northport, a number 2. They belong in the blue lid container. The only thing you'll have to do is make sure they're empty, clean, and dry. If you have any more other questions or comments, please place them below and we'll get to you in the next video. Thank you very much.
What makes this place so special is the people, the community who you serve and the people who you work with. Our mission statement is to provide the community with the elite law enforcement services out there, with the highest priority being the protection of life and property. We work 24/7, holidays, there's no time off. Our agency is rapidly growing. We have a detective bureau, we have a traffic unit, we have a full crime scene unit. Northport PD is an accredited agency. Actually, we're double Excelsior accredited, which is we are one of 14, I believe, other agencies in the state of Florida that have reached that double Excelsior credit. It's a very prestigious accomplishment to have. Most of the people only see the police officers in uniforms out there doing the day-to-day tasks, but they can't do that alone. In the background, what people don't see a lot is the support staff here at Northport Police Department. We go from very high-density areas to very rural areas throughout the city. The challenge that Northport Police Department is facing right now is the rapid growth in the city of Northport and trying to keep up with those levels of service. Law enforcement officers wear many different hats, but at the end of the day, it's they're problem solvers. They're there for you 24/7, and their importance of all of our officers that we stress to is to go home safe at night.
You ready, Ms. Heather? All right. All right, we're back. Yes, sir.
The answer to the question that before, the county's approving it literally tomorrow. So it's not effective until after they approve it. So theirs would have the changed rate of $9.50.
Good deal. And that worked out for them. All right. Thank you, sir. All right, we're moving on to item 19-1014. City manager, please introduce your item. The item.
Thank you for the clarification. All right. This was requested by, I've had conversation with all of you about this one. This relates to the key of the city and a policy on when and how those are given out. With that, I'm going to turn it over to you all for conversation.
All right. Do I have anybody wants to speak to this?
I may as well
All
start
right. Commissioner McDowell, you have 8 minutes. The floor is yours.
Sorry, just took some peanuts. I firmly believe that the key to the city is a very distinguished honor, not only for the city, but also for the recipient. And it really deserves the pomp and circumstance that goes along with it. And it really deserves to have the recognition of giving the key to the city. And I know sometimes the key to the city can't be given right here in Chambers, but sometimes the key to the city can be given at another formal event. We definitely need a written policy. Precedent was set way back in 2002 when that first key was given. It was captured in the minutes. Don't quite know how it didn't get followed on August 28th. We really need to also have a written policy for all types of recognition. Besides a proclamation. We just need to have some kind of parameters that have to be followed by this board. This board can't just go up to anybody and just say, hey, I want this. That's kind of wrong in itself. But a key was given on the 28th. We know nothing about it. It's not captured in our records. It's not captured in our minutes. It's not captured anywhere. Don't even really know who the recipient was. There's nothing in our historical archives to reference it. It's an honor. And it wasn't honored for neither the city nor the recipient. And we need to have a written policy. That's really all I got to say. And we need to have that written policy, like, now. That's really all I got to say, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't know that you can speak to honor for somebody who's not here to speak to their honor. With that being said, we also gave away a pink unicorn to a wonderful young lady who did phenomenal singing and represented us up in Los Angeles, went all the way to the finals of America's Got Talent. We also gave her a pink unicorn that was a direct representation of the city to her without any single board approval. Now this key, city manager, does this key have any intrinsic value? Does it open any doors? Is there anything that this key in itself does other than be a toy?
No, Mayor, the key is a ceremonial item. It's, they have them everywhere. It's whatever you want it to be. But no, as far as does it have practical value of opening a door? No, it's not an actual key.
So it has about as much practical value as a pink unicorn. So in itself, it is kind of a pink unicorn. To me, when you're talking about policy, you're talking about what actually goes on the record. What goes on the record is the proclamation. That is what is truly, I believe, necessary. When you're talking about needing, when you're talking about, whether or not this toy was brought up and given to a child that maybe had days to live, and then say there was no honor to the family for that. I don't think you can speak to that. You obviously weren't there. Everybody knows the two that were there, because we make that quite public. To the chagrin and to the disregard of that family themselves, to the disregard of a child who was in total liver failure, couldn't even wake up. It was his birthday. But it's okay, because a lot of us are inhuman whenever we do things like this. But it's all right. So I really see this as a very petty item, a very petty topic. I think this is what little biddies do. They run around and they gripe and complain. It's just what old biddies do. So here we are. Let's deal with what the old biddies want to deal with, and talk about this pink unicorn and what the commission needs to do to resolve this big city issue that is going on. Commissioner Luke.
Talking about any item, I'm going back to what I was talking about a few meetings ago, and that's the SOPs, the policies and procedures. And to me, going back into the minutes of February 5th of 2002, and I believe Commissioner Carrizone was a part of that, they established what the process was going to be. It never, in my opinion, never got put into a policy book. And if that's what the commission wanted done, it should have been put in a policy book so that people would know what to do. Then come June 19th of 2008, and Commissioner Carrizone would have been there at that point in time too, looked like they had a conversation about it coming up another time, and somebody wanted to put more criteria to it. And they said, no, we're not going to put criteria. It's going to be a consensus of the majority of the board of when we do this. So they left it intact to that 2002. So what I would like to see, whether, to me the key of the city is in honor a dignitary type of thing. But anything that has that type of emotion or priority that goes to it, I would like to see an SOP written so that somebody doesn't have to run through minutes to find what was set in place or what should be done. So whatever outcome this is for today, I think we need to set those types of parameters for the policies and procedures that we want to. There's another item besides key to the city. I had somebody ask for a letter from the city. So that's something else that we need to set a policy about. They wanted a proclamation, and I don't even know if we've got SOPs for how to do a proclamation either. I think we just got into the habit of somebody submits it, they tell us what they want on it, and we do it. But along with a proclamation that was handed to me, they wanted a letter also. So I think there needs to be clarification of how we honor somebody or how we designate something or establish a day or name a day or whatever. I think those need to be established through a SOP. Personally, I think staff could look into what has been done or what is the precedent at this point in time and bring it back so that we can agree on the policies and have them put forward. But I think it would be a protection for us all in the future. As far as the pink unicorn, I didn't know anything about that either. I didn't had exactly. There was no policy, and so it was. I wasn't even sure if it came from the city or came from economic development or whatever. Just here's this unicorn being presented. So I think getting an establishment of what we do as a commission is one thing. To establish what we do as a city is another thing, because we don't necessarily represent the city. We represent the commission as commissioners. That man over there pretty much represents the city. So I think talking these types of policies and procedures over and getting them written, I think would be a good idea. And it would be a protection, and it would protect staff, it would protect us, it would give the future the direction that they need to go in. That's my take.
Mr. Carrison, you have 8 minutes, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so first of all, yes, I was here. The key to the city, as what was discussed back in 2002, is of great importance. It's the largest accolade that the city can give to an individual, not necessarily a resident. I'm glad you clarified that it doesn't open doors, because I was going to say it's a simple fix, let's just change the locks, but apparently. But, you know, I think that one of the criteria should be is, yes, it should be a commission majority to approve a key. It should be put on an agenda. 2, it should be given to a person who's done something spectacular for the city, something that's long-lasting, something that, like I said, it's the highest accolade, so it really needs to be. Now, there should be kind of a second tier that if we want to give things away, and I want to be very clear, I am not saying that the 2 commissioners did anything wrong. Absolutely not. And I'm not vilifying you all. Honestly, I think it was wonderful what you guys did, because this poor kid is suffering immensely. But I think in a future, in that case, we could get challenge coins made up with the city logo and maybe something on the back that says, you know, in honor of your greatness, or in honor of your, and just kind of a secondary type of thing that there is no criteria. You want to hand it out to someone for something? Go ahead, you know? But I think the key should be reverent. I think it should be kind of that higher pentacle of, yes, the commission has to approve it, and yes, we should have a big shindig, you know, kind of like what we did for Buddy. As far as an individual can write any letter, if you had a request for a letter as an individual commissioner, we've already had, okay, so it was as a commission as a whole. Okay, so that would have to come before the commission. And proclamations, anyone and any individual commissioner can put it on. That's how it's always been. And I would not want to change that, because things come up all the time, so.
Written.
Okay, well, that's it.
Mr. Emmerich.
I will take the burden of this 1,000%, because I was in context with the mother of the child, found out it was the child's birthday, found out the condition, and it happened to be when we were at Cool Today Park. At that moment, I went to the city manager. We had a conversation, and I asked him, is there a policy in place, and what do I need to do to make this happen? What did you tell me, city manager?
My statements were, I don't know if there's a policy in place, that the clerk's office keeps the keys, and we need to check with her. Because I didn't, and until this agenda item came forward and we had some research done, I did not know. Then the understanding as I have is you went to the clerk, because the clerk called me, said, do we have a policy, and one was researched, and at the time, we could not find one. Subsequent to that, we did find the 2002 policy. Prior to that, what we found, well, the minutes, sorry.
Yeah, and it's not a policy.
Prior to finding that, what we found was a policy was asked if one was wanted back in, I think it was 2017, and the answer was no. So, I didn't know. Didn't know if there was a policy, didn't know what to do.
Okay, but we knew that answer prior to delivering that key, correct?
We did not have I didn't know about the 2002 one, no. The 2017, we knew that a question was asked, was a policy desired, and the answer was no. That answer we did know.
Okay, so bottom line is,
When the key was given, the information we had said that a policy was asked for, and the answer was no, we don't want one.
Okay, so bottom line, after all this research and the questions and the answers, we have no policy in place, correct?
Correct. What we have is the 2002 minutes where the commission at the time said, approval obtained prior to awarding the key. Thereafter, there was a general commission consensus that commission approval be obtained prior to key presentation. So
Okay, so-
it was a motion made by commission
I clarified the 2000.
17 years ago.
So this would be for legal. If there is no policy in place, then this would not be a voting issue, correct?
I'm not positive I understand your question, so if I don't answer it, just let me know. With respect to how the commission as a body conducts itself internally, it's a matter for the commission to determine. So if you want a policy put in place, then it's a voting issue. If the last direction that we have in the minutes is to always bring these before the commission, then the accurate practice would be to modify that by motion. Now, obviously, if it's 17 years old, it's hard to track. And that seems to have been the issue here.
Okay, that's good enough for me. That's all I had.
Just since
Yeah.
I was here in 2002, I just want to clarify, just so you know, the same thing happened. We had a discussion. Did we want to set a specific criteria? And the commission agreed as a whole, it was unanimous, that they didn't want to set criteria because they wanted it to be very fluent and wanted to be able to give it to those who we chose to give it to. So there was no, you should be A, B, C, and D, but.
I believe that way.
Right, but there was a general consensus that it was, the highest achievement, and it was August. Let's not forget that. But I truly believe my option is.
But also, city attorney, in 2017, it was specifically asked of the board, and the board said no. So
In 2002.
So would that even usurp any instruction of any prior minutes if a later commission said, no, we don't want it? Because I would assume that would, that no matter what the minutes were before, if it was asked later and the commission said no, then that would usurp whatever was prior.
Well, it's going to depend on what the content is. The minutes that I see here in the backup, it just addresses specifically that particular key to the city to Ms. Hughes, unless I'm missing something here.
Are you talking,
17. No, we didn't have anything on, did we talk about it on 2017? I don't remember that.
maybe I had it wrong.
Buddies.
Yeah, that's just buddies, but we didn't talk about criteria.
What was the one you were talking about, city manager?
I don't see it here.
2002.
Because I was really referring back to what you said then.
2008 discusses no criteria, but that was Vanessa's commission beefing up the 2002 and upholding what they had put in place in 2002. And they didn't want to change that by giving criteria, so they just...
I got you. Okay.
I think city manager was just wrong in his date time. He said 17, and I think he meant 08. I think that's what it was.
Looking at those 2008 minutes, it's true that the agenda item says discussion and possible action regarding setting criteria. The discussion ensued. The commission was in agreement to continue to approve the recipients of a key to the city and no criteria be set. So no criteria,
No
but it
criteria.
does still say that it needs to come before
Okay.
the commission.
Sure.
And typically that kind of direction stands until
Right, up until
modified.
it's, yeah. Okay, Commissioner McDowell, you have your 3 minutes. Or no, you didn't do your action, so.
So I still maintain that this is an honor, and I appreciate Commissioner Carrison for bringing it to the level of reverency. This is a key to the city. It's not just handed out. And I surely hope, Mayor, you are not calling me an old biddy for bringing this forward as an agenda item, because I knew nothing about it. I knew nothing about it until it was posted on Facebook. I knew nothing about it until I got an error message on my voicemail from the city clerk. I wanted to know what was going on. I have a right to know what's going on. I am part of a board. And we made a decision in 2017 when we gave the key to the city for Buddy that it was done by consensus. We were all on the board except for Commissioner Emmerich. When Commissioner Emmerich came to the board and says, hey, I'd like to do something for Mr. Lockhart, he had a consensus for doing that. There was a precedent set with all of us up here that this was going to be the procedure, that we get a consensus for the board for something of this kind of honor. For anybody to say giving a key to the city is not an honor just nullified the other 22 recipients. It is an honor, and I am not an old biddy for bringing it up.
All right, Commissioner Carrison.
Yeah, I'm ready for a motion.
All right, I see nobody else.
Oh, we have a public comment card, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Do you want to do that now? or wait?
Yep, let's go ahead and do it. Ms. Gibson, please state your name for the record. 3 minutes.
Stephanie Gibson, Northport. This isn't about a key. This is about two members of this board meeting outside of this group and making a decision. It is a city asset, as per what my understanding of my follow-up. I think every one of y'all signed the Open Government Pledge. It has two big points. One is it's access to the record, and the second one is the Sunshine Law. You don't make decisions as individuals. You don't make decisions as two at a time. You do it as a board, and you do it in front of the public. The city has been really struggling with their public records and their sunshine laws for quite some time, which is why every single candidate that's applied to be on this board, run for this board, has signed an Open Government Pledge. I would expect both of you all of you would serve yourselves well to revisit that, because I will remind you that sunshine law violation is a misdemeanor of the second or third degree. It's not a biddy.
There you go. All right, Commissioner Carrison.
Okay, so, I'll move to direct staff to come back with a resolution to include the criteria for the key to the city, noting that it is of great importance and that it should be the largest accolade to the city that can be given to any individual, that it should have a commission majority for distribution, and that it should be given to a person who has done something spectacular, historical, or equivalent for the city, and something that is long-lasting. We'll start with that.
I'll second for discussion.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Carrison, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Commissioner Carrison.
It's broad, but it kind of gives the basis that it should be something of value, it should be something that means something, but, you know, every commission will have to make that decision, what's of value to them at the time, because, you know, this isn't something just for us, it's something for the future, so I'm okay with it being very broad. And then I will go into a second one where we talk about the challenge coins for anything after, you know, and that would not require any commission approval.
Commissioner Luke.
The motion I can agree to, but I didn't think you were broad enough. I think stating that it's the highest honor that can be given to a citizen and leave it at that, so the discretion of the majority of the board states whether that is high enough honor or reason to give the honor. I would even leave it broad the way you guys did in 2008, so that the discussion goes on among this board and they say, yep, you know, we agree to that. And it doesn't have to be long-lasting, it doesn't have to be historical, it doesn't, I mean, it could be a humanitarian effort that they put Northport on the map for and wasn't even within the city.
But that's long-lasting and historical, see?
Maybe for another country or something. That's why I'm saying I would leave it a little more broad and then let the commission that's in office at that time discuss whether they thought it was worthy enough. So,
Okay, so as the seconder, I will remove the portion about the criteria of how it should be given to the person. And so, or at least that criteria that I mentioned, Heather, and just leave it at the point that, that the key to the city should be considered reverent, important, and the largest accolade that a city can give, and that it must be approved by the majority of the commission. And if the seconder will agree to that.
I totally agree with that. When you bring up your next one, I think we should have a policy written on letters and proclamations too, so there's no question.
Commissioner Taylor, did you get that? Or Commissioner Taylor, City Clerk?
Commissioner Heather?
Commissioner Heather?
You just got a demotion.
Okay.
Not gonna like the pay.
Commissioner McDowell.
I'm sorry, it must have been left over.
Okay, all
I
right.
appreciate you taking off the criteria, because I thought that's where we were going with that.
Let's call it up. And that passes unanimously.
Excellent.
I have another one.
Okay,
Okay, Commissioner McDowell?
Oh.
Commissioner McDowell, do you want to quit?
go ahead.
So there was a key that was given on the 28th to this child. There was no proclamation, there was no grandeur of any sort. I believe in order to get this in the archives and in the historical documents, we need to fix that error. And if we could get a proclamation made, I don't know if mom can come and do it, read it, and just maybe mail it to them if they're not able to come to accept it. This way we have it in our minutes. This way we can put it up on the board, because there's a key to the city board out there, and get his name engraved. I don't even know this child's name. So if I can make a motion to,
Commissioner, can I, before you make your motion? If you look in the backup, it has his name.
Lee.
Right, I mean, if you're asking for more information, you're absolutely right, we need more information. And I'm sure Commissioner Emmerich, since, he kind of inspired this, I'm sure he can find that information. Other than that, I mean, yeah, I guess Commissioner Emmerich could reach out and get a proclamation. I'm okay with that. But there, just for clarification, it is absolutely in the record. I just want to make that clear.
there's a million
I
Lees in the
know,
city of
so it's
Northport.
about
Lee who?
getting more information for the record that exists, not that there's no information.
Commissioner McDowell, you had your motion?
The motion that we have staff prepare a proclamation, update the wall out there with this child's full name, and prepare the proclamation for maybe a family to accept, or maybe we just mail it. This way it'll be in the minutes too.
I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Lee. Vice Mayor.
Next time, guys, I'm sorry. It was all done as Mayor Hanks and Commissioner Emmerich posted on Facebook, knew nothing about it. We work as a board. It's very disheartening, and I go to the, would you like it done to you kind of thing. And I just, it's something of honor, and let's keep that level of respect. So, thank you.
Commissioner Carusone?
Yeah, I really don't take this personally, nor
not
did I
taking it
have
personally.
any problem with it, and nor am I going to sit here and lambast my fellow commissioners. It was not a policy, it was not an ordinance, it was none of those things. It was something that we should have taken care of years ago, but we had commissioners in the past, and near past, that never brought it up. And so, I'm sorry.
We had a
What?
precedent, Commissioner. That's what I was going by.
There's several different precedents if you look at it that way, but my point is that I'm not here to beat anyone to a pulp over this. The problem is without a policy, without an ordinance, without a resolution, anyone that's here today who are all new would never know what that criteria was, and would never think that they would have to actually go and look through all the minutes in the last, I don't know how many years, because I'm sure criteria was set before those records were destroyed. They just wouldn't know, and I wouldn't expect them to know. That's not fair. And so, I mean, with that, I don't see what the big deal is, but in the same token, I appreciate it being brought up, and I appreciate us setting some sort of a SOP, as Commissioner Luke said, and that this way, from this point forward, there's no question, and we got it.
Thank you. I think, well, it was mentioned, how would you feel? So that is a personal statement. You take things personal whenever you say that. But that being said, I don't care either way. If we need I fully see the argument. There was nothing there when this was brought to me. I do want to stipulate that I did not post anything, about doing anything. I might have been tagged in something, I don't know, but I didn't post anything. We do mention that, you need board approval for things. It was mentioned throughout this context, about, individual commissioners directing staff, but yet, there's other commissioners up here on this board that do this all day, every day. Just today I had to send out an email because we direct staff, an individual commissioner will direct staff on a regular basis to change legal minutes before it ever comes to a board. This happens all the time. Now, I would say, if you want to argue the importance of whether or not you give away a pink unicorn in the shape of a key to a child who is very sick, or actively, consistently changing legal documents, directing staff alone to change legal documents, I would weigh to that as far as, the importance of charters being broken and sunshine being broken and just stuff like that. And this is where I get into the whole bitty aspect of it, because it's just some bitty argument going back and forth. I don't mention this stuff because it's just stupid. But maybe that's just the way I roll. So, City Clerk, you had something?
Actually, two things. The motion to have staff prepare a proclamation, is somebody going to give us the verbiage for that? Because I wouldn't know where to begin, because I don't know.
I would assume Commissioner Emmerich has all that information.
Oh.
To give the
Oh,
proclamation.
the proclamation for that, gotcha,
Proclamations
gotcha.
get started, somebody gives you the information, right? And then you prepare it.
Yeah.
Writing of the proclamation.
I'm the seconder, can I speak?
Absolutely.
You ready? As the seconder and swinging this conversation back to what the motion was, at first, I'll have to admit, the ostrich syndrome came on me. It's just like, all right, let's just flush this one and be done with it. But in all reality, I started thinking, and no, this is exactly what we've been discussing. It is a symbol, of honor and dignity. And this young man deserves the whole enchilada. And so I am seconding, because I do believe it needs to be finalized in the whole presentation, whether they can come or not. And if Commissioner Emmerich would like me to work with him in regards to that proclamation, I would be happy to do so, to get that so that the whole honor of what goes with this can be bestowed upon them. Thank you.
Vote. You already spoken to it?
I was going to ask a question, but go ahead. We'll just do the vote.
I have another motion, by the way, after
Okay,
this.
we'll do this vote and we'll do another motion.
Maybe.
That passes unanimously. Commissioner Carousel.
Okay, so may I make a motion to also look into purchasing challenge coins and designing them with the city logo on one side? No, not the city logo. I hate the city logo.
Achieve anything?
Yeah.
The city seal on one side.
Seal.
And the other side to say something
Big time.
inspirational.
Like?
Achieve anything.
You don't want me to do that.
No, we have our media, social media, gurus. They can think of something to put cool on the back.
If you're looking for something as far as, we can bring you suggestions and you all can pick, if you'd like, we can bring you a handful of suggestions of inspirational things for the one side. Kind of get like a little mock-up of what one might look like.
We can do several different kinds too, like.
We'll present them to you all, and you guys can decide before we order anything.
In honor of, or congratulations, or, it could be a multitude of different backs. So, I guess let me start over because I don't want to mess it up. Okay,
Concise.
so, I want to be concise. All right, so to direct staff to bring back challenge coin design ideas with city logo on one side and city seal on one side and an appropriate verbiage on the back to be handed out at will by the commission without the commission's requested approval. Does that make sense?
Second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Carrasone, second by Commissioner Luke. Commissioner Carrasone?
Yeah, I hope that was clear enough as mud, right?
Yeah, we'll, like I said, bring you back options. We'll put the city seal on one side and some options for you of what the inspirational message will be on the other side.
And those are relatively cheap, correct? Cheap for the most
I have
part.
absolutely no idea how much they cost. We'll look them up. We've,
All right, well, let's start with the design and then we'll go from there. Okay. And again, for them to be handed out at will without commission's requirement for approval.
Commissioner Luke?
I would like pricing brought back at that point in time also, as well as an example. And I would recommend that the price, if it's the commission that's going to be handing them out, that it comes out of their budget.
Absolutely, absolutely. The only reason why I was going to include that, but I think that the price will be determined by design. At least it works that way with most material. So I wasn't sure that.
And quantity purchased.
Yeah, the quantity, they could give us different leverages, but I'm worried that, because the design sometimes, it depends on how many colors, how intricate it is, and so on and so forth. So I'm not sure if they can get one, but I guess they can get an estimate. The PD has challenge.
We'll bring you
coins.
some
We could
pricing.
go off of that.
We have 3 different ones I can think of off the top of my head that we've issued. PD has one, HR has done them for the veterans ceremony that we do, and fire has issued them as well. I'm assuming that they'll be the same for all commissioners, so that, if we order, I'm not ordering a different one for each seat.
Right, no.
I can't have
Oh,
two.
when I said different,
That will
no,
change
no, no,
the.
no. When I said different, I meant different backing. So one would say like congratulations, one would say we thank you, one would say in honor of, you know what I mean? Different types of backs.
Jack the
to-
cost up.
Yeah, that's true.
I would say you
That's
just
true.
find some good generalized statement of
Generalized
honor, you know, of
statement.
honor and respect and,
Yeah.
you know, that you can work, whether they're sick, whether
Yep.
they've done a great thing for the community.
So I like what Commissioner Emmerich just said, you made a difference, or,
Yeah.
so, anyways, you guys can figure that out.
Chief
That's the whole
Garrison.
point.
Just want to say, anytime you change the backs to it, it's a different die, so you start.
Yeah, that's what
It's
Mayor
multiple
just said.
coins then.
What does yours say?
The front of it has the
Pullover.
PD emblem, the badge, and then the back of it has the city seal.
So yours is just emblems?
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
So come back with some different designs. and
let's
we can
take the
do
vote.
that.
that passes unanimously. Moving on.
Okay.
Discussion possible action regarding the resignation of City Clerk Catherine Wong. City
Oh,
Manager?
wait, Commissioner Lee, didn't you want to do an SOP thing? To come back with SOPs?
No, it was in the motion.
Yeah.
Oh, no, she's talking about the letters by commission and the proclamations.
And I'd like to add, giving out things in city events.
As in promotional stuff like I took last night, that
Well,
kind of
city-
stuff?
No, city manager, we were going to have about city events. When the city is promoting events, we were going to have something brought back to us about city events. And when you said SOPs, it came to my mind. So when is that coming back? When we can have that discussion about the city events and when we promote them, when we don't promote them, when we put them on like the website or the calendar, when we give goodies away, that kind of stuff. When is that all coming back?
I know Parks worked on a sponsorship agreement. I'll find you the date and email it out to you all tomorrow. I had asked some staff that was working on it. I don't have an answer on the date. I know you and I talked about that this morning, but I don't have the date, unfortunately, right now.
It was like, what prompted it was, I think it was Miss Alice White for People for Trees, and wondered why we weren't promoting her event even though they had the special event.
You're talking about the calendar, right? Didn't we have a discussion about that?
And then there was, how do you promote one entity and not another? And they were going to come back with information, and the PIO had some concerns with this promotional kind of stuff on the website. I think you know what I'm talking about, if you can help me out here.
Yeah, he sent you all the information on concerns he had. If we need a follow-up conversation, that's easily accomplished for that. I believe the reason that we don't have a date for it is people probably assumed it was addressed by the memo that was sent out, but I can make an agenda item for it. But yes, community calendar events, as you all know, we created a calendar that anybody can put their stuff on that's on our webpage, separate from the city calendar, so that there's a distinct difference between what are our events and what are any event that anybody else in the city might be having. We've addressed parts of this, but it sounds like you all might like to have a conversation where we can address it all as one giant group, and that's easily accomplished.
Motion to that.
Well, I think you better check the minutes, because I am fairly certain we had this conversation, and the memo was
calendar and all
brought
that
up,
stuff.
and it was maybe even during that calendar.
And Josh has changed a ton of stuff because of that.
Yeah.
He's done a lot of work already.
I
'Cause
think
we have specific motion on that.
I agree.
Well, before we bring anything back, we'll check and see what's come to you all and what has not. But
I could have sworn we had this conversation.
So let's get the motions for these other two.
Okay, I'll move that staff bring back to us information, maybe even in the form of a resolution, that would give the procedures and policy of a letter, request of a letter from the city, proclamations, promotional advertising and material, and the use of the city seal. That way it is all written and we're protected.
Okay, procedure for proclamations. What was the others?
Letter from the city,
Uh-huh.
promotional advertisement and material, and the use of the city seal.
So when you say promotional, use of city seal is actually in an ordinance, by the way. I know this for a
But
fact.
it can be pulled up so that we've got it and we can get it in SOPs.
That's an ordinance.
It may not be anymore.
Oh, no, I know that for a fact, because it was one of the things that
We have a second on
I
that?
know.
All right, I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Commissioner Luke, everything that's been said?
Question.
Again, this is just bringing these things forward. That puts it in a policy and procedure type thing, so we don't have any question. When they bring it back, we can have further discussion of what we want or don't want to do.
Commissioner McDowell,
Exactly what you said, thank you.
Commissioner Carrasone?
Yeah, so I just want clarification. Use of promotional advertisement and materials, is that what we're talking about? So those,
Separate things.
they're different.
Right.
Okay.
Promotional advertising, promotional material.
Okay, so, for instance, I have 3 separate events that are for nonprofits that the city's involved with on one scale or another. And so are we talking about making sure, Commissioner McDowell just happened to help me bring those promotional pieces of material out last night to get them to those events. So are we talking about making sure that those have an SOP set up because they're
That way everybody's
promotional?
clear as to what can be done, what can't be, and
Okay.
we can come to a conclusion of how we want it.
Because they're promotional items for the city to get out to the residents, and therefore, I'm not sure what would prevent us from handing them out. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of them.
Was it a city event? I think is,
It wouldn't even matter, really. No. You're trying to get the city's name out. It's the whole point. That's what they're for.
Well, that's why I think that discussion can come later after they bring something back to us, and we can figure out whether we view it as a city event or not a city event.
Okay.
Hammer it out, get it in writing, and that way we don't have
Right.
to.
Because I just kind of want a very clear knowledge on what inspired this, and now I'm very clear that it was last night,
No.
and making sure that
No, actually, it's not.
there was an SOP. Thank you.
actually,
Well,
not
thank you,
anything
Lou.
last night. Oh my gosh.
But it had nothing to do with my statement.
Unanimously. Now we're moving on to discussion possible action regarding the resignation of City Clerk Catherine Wong. City Manager, please introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. HR received a letter from City Clerk Catherine Wong. It was addressed to all of you, and we forwarded that when we received it. We got it on September 11th and put it on this meeting because there are some specific actions the commission needs to take. There are contractual provisions in the contract that need to be addressed as well. One of them that needs to be addressed is in the contract, the employee must give 30 days of notice. She's about 6-7 days short of the 30-day notice. There is a provision in that same provision allows you all to waive the 30 days. So that is up to you all. And the other provision in there, there's some discussion about the employee be required to reimburse the city for any educational assistance if leaving employment with 1 year of completion of the course or certification. Educational assistance is not defined and it's not clear, and what is being referred to, our personnel policy does clarify educational assistance, and we should have included the personnel policy in the backup to this. And the other provision is you need to designate an interim city clerk. Right now you have an acting city clerk, so if I make the assumption, which I'm not going to, that you all want the same person to do that, you'll just need to make that designation. And then you need to decide what to do to replace the vacant position. So with that, HR is here, so am I, and so is the city attorney to answer all the questions that you may have on this.
Okay, I'm going to open up with questions. So she hasn't met her 30-day notice. We have to decide whether or not we want to waive that or not.
Yes, sir.
What are the pros and cons of whether we should or whether we shouldn't waive that?
Russ, how do you want me to?
Other than following the terms of the contract to keep it clean, I don't really see a big difference one way or the other because she's currently out with authorized leave without pay, so it's not going to cost the city anything, one way or the other.
All right, so there's no con if we choose to not go with her 30-day notice. There's no con at all. There's no repercussions that we could look at or anything.
None that I can see, Mayor. I mean, whoever you appoint as the interim city clerk can't take that position until October 5th, which is about 10 days or so from now.
Okay.
That would be the only thing that I can envision.
Okay. And then, how much did, I don't know, I mean, I kind of yawned there whenever you were talking. City manager kind of bored me a little bit with that conversation. I'm just teasing you. Did you mention the amount of what we would be looking at for the reimbursement? All right.
She went to 2 training classes in the past year that could even remotely be considered the educational assistance, which were to help get her certified municipal clerk training. The registration for those 2 classes combined totaled $700.
Whether or not that constitute educational assistance, I'm not sure that there's a good argument that it could remotely refer to that. When you look at Section 11 of the employment contract, it talks about professional development, requires that she pursue her certification. It doesn't refer to any of that as educational assistance. And then the final sentence says that any educational assistance shall be reimbursed if the person leaves within 1 year of finishing the class or the certification. So then we look to the personnel policy where educational assistance is addressed. It's still not defined exactly, but my understanding, and the city manager, human resources can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the way that we've applied the educational assistance in the employment policy is not to professional development, but to actual coursework where you get a grade, like college type credit, and where you pay tuition and complete a course for a grade, as opposed to attending a seminar that counts toward you obtaining a certification.
Okay.
And the other thing to add to that too on the educational assistance is our educational assistance in the personnel policy is on a reimbursement basis. You take it, you complete it, you get a grade, whether it be a pass, fail, or a letter grade, and that determines how much you get reimbursed. And this did not happen that way. This is as any other travel and training is done, because she could have gone to this same training to maintain a license if she had already had it.
And additionally, under the personnel policy, there's a process, a practice, an unwritten policy, because it's our practice that we go through when someone is seeking educational assistance prior to enrolling in the course. There's documentation exchanged at the beginning of the, prior to the enrollment and at the end of the completion, which was not done here because it didn't apply under that provision of the personnel policy.
Commissioner Luke?
Just discussing this, I don't have any problem accepting the date that she, for the resignation. It doesn't hurt us any at all. I don't want to require her to refund any of the monies for that educational stuff. I just rather break it. I would really like to see Heather Taylor put in as the interim city clerk, but along those lines too, because we are working on the city clerk office, I really don't want to put out a solicitation for a clerk and have somebody new coming in and upsetting what we're trying to straighten out. I would rather put that call out after we get through the special meeting and get things rolling the way it should, then put a call out at that point.
Thank you. Commissioner Curacao?
Along the same lines as Commissioner Luke, I too I believe we should accept the waiver and not require a reimbursement. I'm okay with that. And then as far as the interim, I couldn't agree more. I believe that Ms. Taylor is doing a fine job and that she should be in place. As far as the future, a couple of things that were brought to light. Thank you, City Attorney. This is why you are my favorite and you get paid so much. Is that we had tasked them with doing a charter amendment. And the charter amendment would put a deputy city clerk under the city clerk / the city manager. It would no longer be under the charter officers. And so having someone come in as a deputy, assuming that we lost our deputy clerk, let's just put that out there. We wouldn't want to bring someone in with a contract because of the
Charter amendment.
charter amendment.
Yeah, but that doesn't get voted
Well,
on until
here's-
2020.
I get it, but here's what I'm trying to say is that I personally believe that we should allow growth from within. But with that said, we have seen where maybe we didn't do our due diligence the last time, and we kind of went through it willy-nilly, and that we kind of just placed that person, the deputy clerk, in there and didn't really
I didn't
delve
vote
into.
for
So anyways, knowing my mistakes, what I would like to do this time is give a 6-month interim to Ms. Taylor, allow her to decide whether she wants to do this or not, table the discussion for the permanent city clerk until that 6 months is over. And then during that time, I spoke with the city attorney, and some of the things that, what do you call them? I don't want to call them headhunters, but what are they called? Recruiters, thank you. I don't like headhunter. But some of the things that her recruiter had done was put together kind of this summary that the applicants had to put in. And if we could get from Ms. Taylor this pre-summary to provide a work plan for the first year, what would you do at 30, 60, 90, 80 days? And then your benchmarks to reach your goals, performance development plan, how you'll stay sharp in your skill set and develop on your own, and that could then come to us. We could review that, and then we could make a educated decision, seeing her vision, whether we want to go with possibly within, or do we want to do a statewide search? I would assume statewide search.
You
I
and
guess
I
that's
are
what
on
I'm
the
trying to
same
get.
page. I just didn't want to instantly throw something out until we got our ducks in a row.
That's why it would be a 6-month
Wait
hold.
6 months, fine with
Right,
me.
and then after 6 months, but it would give her 6 months to be able to put those things together so that we had something in front of us instead of just knowing Heather. And then by that time, we know how everybody's doing in the department. We know how she's doing as an interim. And then we also have her long-term plan, her goals, and so on and so forth. And that's even if she wants it. But my point is, there's something other than just, okay, she's a deputy, we'll put her in there. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
I think there has to be something else for us to justify. And then if we don't like it, if Heather doesn't even want to be there, or we don't like what we read, then we can go to a statewide search. But we don't have to do that for 6 months. That's what my idea would be.
We're not in shape to put a call out.
So that's a motion.
All right. Can you make it concise?
Yeah. Okay. Move to accept Ms. Wong's resignation and waive the requirement for time frame, as well as the requirement for reimbursement of education fees. Make sense? Designate Ms. Taylor as the interim city clerk, not to exceed 6 months. At the end of 6 months, all right, let's just leave it there, and then I'll do the other one separately. So designate the interim city clerk as Ms. Taylor, period.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Carasone, seconded by Commissioner Loop. Mr. Carasone?
Yeah, I did want to clarify the 6 months is part of that motion.
But the other part was not, you pulled it out.
Correct. But the other part about I haven't gotten there yet is not, yeah. It's getting late, folks. I'm not thinking straight.
Mr. Loop? All right, let's take a vote. That passes unanimously. Commissioner Carasone.
Okay. Move to allow Ms. Taylor to submit a summary, would summary be the appropriate word? A summary or essay providing a work plan for their department for the first year, what she would do at 30, 60, 90, and 180-day benchmarks to reach that goal or those goals. A performance development plan on how she would stay sharp in skills set and develop her own. And for those to be reviewed prior to the 6-month period, be brought to a meeting to determine whether we appoint Ms. Taylor from within or we do a search statewide. Does that make sense?
Was that concise enough, Ms. Taylor? That 40
She's still typing.
paragraph?
I tried to go slow. All right, Liz.
All right. I have a motion on the floor. I'm not going to repeat it.
I'll second it. I thought somebody had already seconded it.
I
Okay.
tried.
All right. Motion on the floor by Commissioner Carasone, seconded by Commissioner Liu. Commissioner Carasone.
I just reiterate, the last time we kind of got beaten up by just appointing someone. At least this way we do our due diligence if we choose to appoint from within. And then if not, at that meeting, we can then turn around and go statewide. And again, 6 months, Ms. Taylor might turn around and say, I don't need this crap. So it gives time for everything.
Commissioner Liu?
I'm going to go ahead with this motion because it does have that 6 month to it. I don't want her stressing over coming up with a plan for at least 3 months.
Oh, yeah, not
I
for
mean,
6
that
months.
meeting on October 7th is going to be huge. There's a lot that needs to be going on just to straighten out that office, that department. And so I don't want her stressing what's going to be happening at the end of next year while we're trying to get the ducks in a row in that office currently. So I'll agree with this process because it is an improvement to what we did last time. So with that, I can agree to it, but I don't want her like losing sleep tonight. Oh my goodness, what am I going to do? And we haven't even gone through that meeting yet.
Agreed, that's
Thank you.
why, yeah.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I just, if after the 6 months, I want to make sure that Ms. Heather is protected because she was hired as deputy city clerk, went into acting city clerk, and now she's the interim city clerk. If she decides that she doesn't want to have any part of this, she can go back to being the deputy city clerk, and there will.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I just want to make sure that that is extremely clear for everybody up here that, you know, it's kind of like what we did when the city manager, you know, gave him kind of 6 months to feel it out and see if it's what he wanted to do. And he could go back to being the finance director. So I just want to make sure that we're offering our other charter officer the same option. The other thing is what are we going to do now that her department is one short? Do we want to see about hiring a temp to help her out in that department for 6 months if she feels that she needs that? I think we need to give her a little bit of leeway. After a month or a couple weeks, she may assess that she needs to have another body in there because it's just going to be the interim clerk. So there's one less position available to be able to do the workload.
Firstly, I think we need to get through the meeting of October 7th, have the discussions, and then if she feels she needs something, she can bring it to us. But to try to tax that department with another entity when I cannot go for that. Agreed.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that she is still one short. So having conversation, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Did we take the vote? I don't remember.
We didn't.
All right, here we go.
Yeah. Right, it's getting late. I did.
Commissioner Goodell?
Sorry, I thought I pushed it.
That passes unanimously. All right.
That was all.
Have no public comment. We'll move on to commission communications. Commissioner Luke.
I will say thank you to Ms. Wong and all the best to her family. I would like to bring up Iman Bisha. She did get to the finals, and I've got a lot of people asking how will the city be recognizing her. So I'd like a discussion of what the commission thinks that we might want to do. I mean, I know the city wants her to sing for the 4th of July, but I had somebody mention making her grand marshal of the parade, Poinsettia Parade. And I thought that was kind of cool, you know, having her be on a float and be grand marshal of that too. But I'd like to open it up to get some ideas. First of all, do you think we should honor her and how she represented the city, and then in what form?
Go ahead, Commissioner Carrison.
I think you should give her a proclamation. And then let her be the grand marshal. Didn't we used to have, is it the citizen of the year?
It was,
But we
because
don't
I
do that
was.
anymore, right? Okay, just want to make sure, because I was too. So, yeah, a proclamation and grand marshal of Poinsettia Parade would be fantastic. I agree with that. But that's it. We don't want to go so far that other people feel slighted, you know?
Is that a consensus?
Yes.
I agree.
There's your consensus.
Okay, thank you. And there's a couple of things that I just want to throw out that has been discussed or brought up and hoping that it gets on future agendas. There was a comment made from a citizen that we don't do any same-day inspections. So that is something that I might want to be looking at, to vacate the full lot line, you know, like we had in that last meeting, I think needs to be brought back for discussion or something too. We already stated that vehicles parked in the condemned lots, we were going to have something come back so that they could be removed. That hasn't come forward yet. Another discussion that I'd like to have is our Tree and Beautification Advisory Board is really trickled down, and that kind of focuses on Highway 41. I actually would kind of like to see those guys linked into our environmental, combine the two of them and just have one that deals with trees, beautification, and everything under environmental. So that's something that could be,
That's an excellent point.
it-
I've been
that
thinking
we
that.
could look at. Swim team has been popping up every once in a while. I got an email stating that they are trying to work with the high school to come up with proper pricing for the swim team. Something that when we were discussing in the budget about the businesses who don't come here, and we didn't talk about logging, why they don't come. But, I mean, it's something that we discuss at Sarasota County EDC, is tracking why they don't come. So keeping some kind of log within our EDC as to why a business doesn't choose to come would be good reference for us when we start making decisions of, do we need to change the zoning here or there, or do something if we have that understanding of why they didn't come. We talked about a handbook for advisory boards, so just wondering who's in charge of that. I mean, was it assigned to somebody so that it could be looked at? I'd like to see our business tax be used for that Sarasota County EDC payment. I mean, when we have that business tax receipt that people pay to our city, why not have that go toward funding EDC? So I think that's a topic that could come up. This is a question I'll ask to city manager. There was an email in regards to Click Fix from Ms. Gibbs in regards to a speed sign. It looks like it's being dumped on the city now, though it's a county sign. Can we even do anything with county signs if they tell us to do it?
We're looking into that sign.
Okay.
We just got that today, this afternoon, and staff's already researching it.
Thank you. And I know that's a lot, bam, 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 but it's recorded. We're going to go do a facade ribbon cut, I believe Friday, Ashley Plaza.
Two different
Do we
places.
still have the problem with the posts going on there?
No, they removed the posts, the bollards,
Okay.
they've been removed.
So we can go in and actually not have negativity. We can go and it can be a positive thing. And yeah, I see you grinning. Okay.
It will be positive on our end. I can never control anybody else's positivity or negativity.
Okay.
Real
Thank
quick
you.
though, on that business tax.
Yeah.
That is required to be used for economic development. And that's the only funding we have that is required to be used for some form of economic development. And we spend more than that amount of money that we receive, we have for years. So it's again, you get 110,
It's already going into that
120,000.
pot.
It already goes into that pot. So it's
Beautiful.
covered.
Thank you. Because the EDC payment does come out of Economic Development Department, correct? Okay, great. Thank you. That's
Commissioner
it.
McDowell?
So it looks like I drove by the pool a couple of days ago. The fencing's down. The construction things are gone. Woo-hoo. So it means that it's getting closer. Yay. So what I got to ask is, we have budgeted for October, for the weekends for the aquatic center part of it. The pool is already budgeted entirely, but the aquatic center is supposed to be open only for the weekends in October. So just assuming that there's a date in the near future in October, that whatever weekends are not open, that we might carry it forward to November. And I don't know if you need direction or what your plans are, because I would hate to have a ribbon cutting and going, yay, yeah, you can't use it. So I don't know if you need further direction, or are we sticking to the plan?
Our plan is to stick to the plan.
And that's October 31st weekend, whatever that
October.
is.
Yes, ma'am. Part of that is we are already due to the delay and lifeguards are hard to find. Having we're going to be working people overtime just to cover that 2 weeks. The amount of time is going to be open, because, again, there is a shortage. Back when we first started talking about the pool, I sent you all the articles about how difficult it is to find lifeguards, much less to get them trained. That being said, I asked Carrie to get with Sandy and get some detailed information on the possibilities of extending that through November and what kind of impact that would have on staffing and everything else. So if you want, we can address it real quickly. If not, we can send you a memo.
I was just going to say, why don't you just send us a memo with some ideas? Because I'm looking for giving you direction to keep it open if that's possible.
Okay, we'll get you a memo out within the next week, and if you want to talk about it at the next commission meeting, we can
Or
do it
maybe
then.
you could bring it up and get some finalized direction, whatever that is that you need from us
Yes,
at the
ma'am.
next commission meeting. I think would be awesome, because I know everybody's chomping at the bit. So
Brian.
thank you for that. All right.
Or Vice Mayor, can I just ask a question on that? Because I think you bring up an excellent point. Because I agree, since we've opened so late, it should be held throughout the month. But have we done a partnership with SCTI in order to try to get those lifeguard positions, or at least some sort of education factor to bring in maybe some of the graduating students or college students there to train them, or?
First would be STC, but
STC.
SCTI went away years ago.
Sarasota County Technical Institute.
No.
Doesn't exist anymore.
Damn it.
It's
I'm
not some
getting
post-technical
old.
college. No, it's not VOTEC either.
I know.
That being said, if you know
No,
what Sandy's
I-
done to try to reach out to them. I know we've been searching high and low, trying to train lifeguards. We actually worked with Charlotte County, because one of the unfortunate side effects of our other pool closing is we can't train people in that pool. So we went down to a Charlotte County pool to get them trained.
And
pass the testing they
were
had
we
to.
part of the recruiting job career fair that the chamber put on today? Was it today?
think
It's upcoming.
It's coming up. So are we going to try to actively recruit lifeguards there?
I don't know if the plan is to be there or
Have
not.
we put out any notification or posters out at the colleges to try to recruit there?
We've recruited at schools all around. We have gone to places to do it. And unfortunately, with the delay of it opening, we had all the lifeguards hired, and then we've lost some.
Okay.
not
Well,
summer.
I guess what I'm trying to say, there's a whole lot more we can do.
Commissioner McDowell.
So Peace River, Minnesota Regional Water Supply Authority meets once a month. It's not a board that I sit on. I go to the meetings because I'm on the water supply yearly thing that's supposed to meet that hasn't met since I've been a commissioner. I am also on the Community Economic Development Advisory Board. They're a non-voting member. They changed their meeting times, so now I have a conflict. Since this Peace River, Minnesota thing is not a board that I participate in, I just kind of sit in the audience to learn what's going on with the water supply. I can't be in two places at once. I haven't figured out how to do that yet. So I don't know if, I'm basically letting y'all know I'm not going to be going to that anymore. I don't know if somebody else wants to step in and go to these meetings to just kind of keep a pulse on what's happening. Or maybe we could just have staff come back with a memo with what happened each month of anything of importance. I don't know how that needs to be addressed, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm not going to be able to go anymore.
It's got to be an agenda item. That was a vote to appoint you.
No,
and then
it's
have
not.
the Peace River Board?
She wasn't appointed to it, she just goes to it.
No, from our commission, we appointed her to serve that, and then you should have a backup.
No, I was never, this is not a board.
It's not an official board we
It's
sit
not a
on because we
board.
don't get to vote. It's one that Commissioner McDowell has chosen to go to.
Because of
so she can be
the other
informed.
position.
Mhm.
So it's not Peace River Water Authority?
Yeah, it's not a board.
It is, but we're a customer. We're not a member of the board.
I
So
know,
we
but
don't
we've
have a
always
vote.
been on it. I mean,
No.
we've always appointed people to it.
No.
I go occasionally, and our staff is always there. I mean, they go every time. I hit and miss. So I think if there's anything that comes up personally myself, staff would make us aware.
Yeah, the board that actually I was appointed to by this commission was to sit on a annual water board. But I've never been to a meeting. That board, I guess, doesn't exist. So I've always
I
been
think they
going to
messed
the.
up.
Huh?
I think they messed up.
So I've always been going to the Peace River Water Management Authority Board meetings just to observe and learn and participate as much as I can, which is zero, except sitting there. And then coming back if I see anything that needs to be addressed by the board here. So I'm just letting you know I'm not going to be able to go anymore. And if anybody else wants to go, if we want to have city manager, have staff give us an update, I don't know. I'm just basically letting you know I'm not going anymore.
Okay.
Charlotte Harbor National Estuary has a new name now. It's called Coastal and Heartland National Partnership. Their boundaries now go all the way up into Polk County, so they wanted to focus on the coast and the heartland. So that's why they did coastal to heartland. They have a new CCMP, which is kind of like their comp plan, for lack of another term. They have to do that, and since there was such a large revision, they just redid the whole thing. And that was finally approved and accepted by, I think it was DEP. There is something that I learned that I wanted to pass out. It is the War Mill Springs restoration project. And I think, so I just wanted to share this. This is something that's going to be in conjunction with the Army Corps of Engineers, FWC, the City of Northport, Coastal to Heartland Estuary, $65,000. And basically what they're doing is the outfalls of War Mill Springs where the manatees collect, they're going to be not necessarily dredging, because to me, when you're dredging, you're coming in with big, heavy equipment and scooping out. But they're going to be getting rid of the garbage and the crap that's collected in there. They're going to cut back some of the invasives and stuff. So I just wanted to share this with you. This is definitely a direct, maybe not on our city, but it helps our area. And then the manatees will be able to get up back up in there a lot more easily. That's all I have, but I do have a question, Mayor, directed to you because of a comment that you made about legal documents are being altered, and I don't know what that means because I don't know that can be done. And I'm curious what you're talking about.
We'll talk about some other time.
Okay.
Mr. Kirsten.
Couple of things. First, I just want to talk about Peace River Authority. I'd like to know the what, when, and where. I would also like for, if I could ask the city clerk to go back and see in the last 3 years if we ever appointed anyone to the Peace River Water Authority. Back in the day, we did. We had someone appointed. We had someone that was a alternate, and we got this close to getting a seat on that table, this close. And then the board in 2009 shifted. 2010, we had different people come on. And so lo and behold, we never did get those seats, but we were so close. And so I would like the information as far as the meetings are concerned, and maybe I can try and attend. I don't know, but I'll give it a shot.
If I may, Mayor. I have, since I got there and started to attend these meetings, I've always asked, how come we don't have a seat at the table? How come we are just sitting in the audience when decisions are being made by that board that directly affect us? And for lack of another way, and I don't mean it to be disrespectful or anything, it's been, well, this is how it's been in the past. We're a customer, we're a consumer, we're not we're not a county, because it's my understanding, the only ones on the board are Charlotte County, Manatee County, Sarasota County. So our Sarasota County board member is who represents it for us. So I agree. I think we should have a seat at the table because we're a big customer. And that's just my opinion. But if you'd like the information, it's usually the first Wednesday of the month. And that first Wednesday of the month, it's not in a central location. They change different locations. It could be at Charlotte County, it could be at Manatee County, it could be at their Peace River office. So that changes. Everything is online too, if you're interested in it, and staff goes every single month. So I'm just answering your question for you.
Thank you very much. Went to MPO the other day, nice, bright and early. And let's see, I'm trying to find my notes. By the way, today's Women in Business was phenomenal.
It was great.
Some of the speakers were just incredible, and I'm so looking forward to next year. And I just kept thinking to myself, I know so many people here that would really benefit from this exercise, this workshop. Thank you to Mel, thank you to Carrie, thank you to, I don't know what for, but thanks, Pete. No, Pete actually gave his intro and it was really cool. So I have to say that, you know, Northport's just getting better and better every day. MPO, they're working on, and of course I don't have my notes, but working on the new kind of long-term plan. They had a big meeting in the afternoon about the technical, I don't have to look at Pete because he heard all this, but about the technical aspects, about the timing of stoplights and, you know, how do we make it so that stuff flows better. Ironically, they did talk about autonomous vehicles and possibly looking at those in the future. Some of the things that they are going to talk about this year is that, you know, it's very clear that in order to get FDOT funding, you have to jump through a ton of hoops that takes forever. And by the time you get those hoops completed, all of the costs associated with that project have gone up tremendously. And by that time you have new people and they're trying to vie for different projects and requalify things. So we're going to have a larger discussion as a group on that. And one of the things I talked to Dave about was that if there could be a localized aspect to the funding. So in other words, if a local authority, being, you know, Venice, Northport, Sarasota County, whatever, matched the funding for a project, maybe that could then create its own priority in its own bucket, and that money would then not have to be waited on for 20, 30 years. So some of those things were running through our head. Mobility fees are going to be a big deal. And what was the other stuff? What am I guess Commissioner Emmich could pine in if he can think of anything that I'm missing.
I'm waiting for my time, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I ain't getting yelled at for stepping on your time. You go right ahead.
So, anyways, I think that's pretty much it. I think that it's going to be a very productive year. I think I'm really excited because it's a little bit more creative thinking and trying to get things accomplished for municipalities and counties with the federal and state funding, and trying to find ways to expedite things. So I really think that it's going to be beneficial this year compared to the last, the last 16 times I served. Thank you. I'm done.
All right, Mr. Imich.
All right, just to add on to Commissioner Carasone's little rhetoric about the MPO, one of the big things that happened was that they announced that the widening of River Road has been taken off the priority list. The reason it's been taken off the priority list is because it is fully funded and it is a go.
Yep.
We are at 100% funding. It will go, and I believe 2022 is when the first shovel will hit the ground, and it will start being widened at that point. My second thing was I wanted to sort of carry over a little bit with what Commissioner Luke had to say about Amman and the Christmas festival. The one thing I think would be very disappointing to the crowd is if we had her as the Grand Marshal, bring her through the parade, and then if she doesn't get up on the stage and starts our festival with a Christmas song, I think a lot of people would walk away disappointed. So if she would participate in that, I would like to see her open up the festival with, whatever appropriate Christmas song she would like to sing. I just wanted to add that to it because
Sounds good to me.
I think that would be an awesome, awesome evening. That's all I had.
All right, City Manager.
Great idea.
I think I've said enough for the night.
City
Thanks.
Attorney.
Nothing, Mayor.
City Clerk. Adjourn.
You scared me.
She didn't even budge this time.
She was prepared.
She's now awake, but she did not budge.
Right? My God.